Doa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, sesungguhnya Engkaulah Tuhan yang mempunyai kebesaran dan keagungan, yang memerintah dan mentadbir alam sekalian. Tiada berlaku sesuatu melainkan dengan kehendak dan kekuasaan daripada-Mu jua. Kepada Engkaulah sebenar-benarnya tempat kami meletakkan harapan dan memohon pertolongan. Ya Allah, apalah kiranya dengan kemurahan-Mu Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami sebaik-baik ilham dan fikiran, dan berikanlah kami sebaik-baik pimpinan untuk menjalankan tugas dan kewajipan kami. Mudahkan kepada kami segala kerumitan dalam menyelesaikan persoalan-persoalan yang diperbahaskan di dalam sidangan kami ini, dan sampaikanlah kami kepada kata sepakat dan tujuan-tujuan yang muktamad demi untuk kepentingan dan kebaikan negara. Seterusnya, kepada Engkaulah juga kami harapkan agar segala usaha dan cita-cita kerajaan dalam rancangan-rancangan pembangunannya akan berhasil dan berjaya untuk membawa kemakmuran, keadilan dan kebahagiaan kepada rakyat seluruhnya. Amin.
Usul daripada ahli Dewan Biasa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Ahli yang berhormat, I had received notice of motion under Standing Order 86 dated 27 May 2025 from the Honourable Member for Padungan. I shall call upon the Honourable Member for Padungan to read out his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My motion reads as follows. Whereas for the first meeting of the fourth session of the 19th Sarawak State Legislative Assembly, the Honourable Member for Pending has submitted a question seeking written replies on the detailed expenses of Yang Amat Berhormat Premier and Cabinet Ministers of Sarawak for official trips overseas. And whereas the Speaker has, on 21st May 2025, rejected the question on grounds that it contravenes public policy, and whereas the Speaker on 26 May 2025 in this August House disallowed the question a second time based on the Machiavellian doctrine that the end justifies the means, and that given the huge investment from foreign investments, the question be disallowed and leave be given to the minister's refusal to answer the question. Wherefore, I hereby move that the decisions of the Speaker in disallowing the question and in giving leave to the minister's refusal to answer the question be reviewed, reconsidered, and overturned, and that the minister be directed to provide written reply to the question from the Honourable Member for Pending. The grounds of my motion are as follows. The Speaker's words on 26th of May 2025 as recorded in the Hansard in rejecting the question show that the Speaker did not appreciate the extent of the expenditure of these official overseas trips when the House was on 22nd May 2025 asked to approve a supplementary supply of additional 100 million under the Department of the Premier of Sarawak Development for rental air chartered services. 2. On 23rd of May 2025, the Deputy Speaker, while chairing the Assembly, said that the reason for rejecting the question was because of security and confidentiality reason. Such reason given by the Deputy Speaker in the House on 23rd May 2025 contradicts the reason given by the Speaker on 26th May 2025 in the House. 3. The decision of the Speaker defies the very fundamental principles of parliamentary democracy, whereby the executive's expenditure must be transparent and be accountable to the House. And 4. The question as to whether the multi-million expenditure incurred by YAB Premier and the Cabinet Ministers in their official trips of official overseas trip are reasonable and justifiable is a matter for the general public to judge, not the Speaker to judge, and the general public has every reason to know exactly how much was spent for such overseas trip. 5. The Speaker's decisions in rejecting the question interferes with the performance of duty by members of this Legislative Assembly, in that it hinders and prevents the honourable members from making the executive accountable to the Legislative Assembly. And 6. All expenditure of the executives were approved by the Legislative Assembly, and thus the Legislative Assembly has every right to know how the fund approved by the Assembly was spent by the executive. These are my 6 reasons, 6 grounds for tabling this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I speak?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. The motion filed by YB Chong, the member for Padungan, under Standing Order 86 of the State Legislative Assembly, DUN, to review and overturn your decision of a question regarding official expenditure. I'm sorry,
You mentioned that the ruling impede or prevent members to perform their duty. On that, I allow him.
if I may continue. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, you have acted within the scope of standing orders and in line with established parliamentary principles. Now, you acted within discretionary powers granted by standing orders. Standing Order 21 of the Sarawak DUN, which provides that the Speaker has the clear discretion to disallow any question that is deemed to contravene public interest, security, or good parliamentary practice. Now, the rejection on the grounds of confidentiality and public policy, especially concerning sensitive matters, is well within the Speaker's discretion. Such discretion is critical to maintaining the integrity and operational security of government. The expenses incurred during official overseas trips often encompass classified logistical arrangements, diplomatic engagements, and investment strategies that involve confidential agreements and with foreign entities. The Deputy Speaker's reference to security and confidentiality was entirely consistent with the spirit of responsible governance and does not contradict the Speaker's reference to public policy. Rather, these justifications are complementary facets of the same underlying concern to protect the broader interests of the state. While it is a cornerstone of parliamentary democracy to hold the executive accountable, accountability must be balanced against state security, operational confidentiality, and strategic discretion. It is not the role of the Speaker to adjudicate on the reasonableness of government expenditure in the abstract, but to ensure that parliamentary questions adhere to the House rules and are not weaponized for political spectacles. The Speaker's role is procedural and not investigative. The motion suggests that the Speaker's decision interferes with the duties of Assembly members. This assertion is misplaced and misleading. The Speaker is tasked with upholding the rules and order of the Assembly, not enabling unchecked access to every detail of executive function. To imply that a procedural ruling constitutes interference is to misunderstand the very nature of parliamentary oversight. Frequent and baseless challenges to the Speaker's authority, especially those grounded in populist appeal, risk eroding the neutrality and dignity of the chair. The invocation of terms like Machiavellian doctrine is inflammatory and unbecoming of serious parliamentary debate. It seeks to politicize a legitimate procedural ruling and should be roundly rejected. You use the word Machiavellian doctrine. You know what Machiavelli is? Anyway, I'm concluding. I'm concluding. In conclusion, the Speaker's decision to disallow the question regarding overseas expenditure is procedurally sound, justified by concerns of public policy and confidentiality, and reflective of responsible legislative leadership. The motion under Standing Order 86 brought forth by the member for Padungan is legally weak, procedurally unsound, and politically charged, and was correctly rejected in full. As Dakota Sentosa Assemblyman, I fully support and have full confidence in the Speaker's impartiality and commitment to upholding the dignity and integrity of the Sarawak Legislative Assembly. Perhaps the member of Padungan, as the Member of Parliament for Stampin, should ask the same question in Parliament, requesting for a detailed breakdown of the expenses, of the overseas travelling expenses for Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister and his entire cabinet ministers. Thank you.
Ali Muhammad, this is my ruling. I'm giving my ruling. I'm giving my ruling.
A matter relating to
It's not a matter of privilege and contempt. This is my ruling. The motion, my honourable member for Padungan, is made under Standing Order 86. Standing Order 86, bracket 1 reads, quote, "The decision of the Speaker upon any point of interpretation of any of the standing orders or upon any matter of practice shall, subject to a substantive motion for that purpose, be final, and that the Speaker may from time to time issue rulings thereon." Under Standing Order 86, the decision and ruling of the Speaker is final, subject to a substantive motion. This motion is fatally flawed. As the motion under Standing Order 86 is flawed, therefore Standing Order 86 stands as if there is no substantive order. ruling of the Speaker is final. Standing Order 82, bracket 1, states, quote, no member may, whether within or outside the Dewan, by conduct, action or words, ridicule, dispute, show contempt for, or deliberately refuse to obey such ruling of the Speaker. Quote ends. This motion, stated in its opening preamble, states, quote, whereas for the first meeting of the fourth session of the 19th Sarawak State Legislative Assembly, the Honourable Member for Padungan, N10, has submitted a question seeking written replies of the detailed expenses of YIB Premier and Cabinet Ministers of Sarawak for official trips overseas. Quote ends. Therefore, it is for the member of Padungan to seek a review of the ruling made by the chair, not for the member of, it is for the member of Pending. It is for the member of Pending to seek a review of the ruling made by the chair, not for the member of Padungan. The member for Padungan is not privy to question number 9 of member for Pending. Ipso facto, the motion is inherently, incurably defective. According to Askin May, 24th edition, page 398, any motion must not exceed 250 words. This motion contains 411 words and therefore should be rejected. Pursuant to Standing Order 23, bracket 1, any motion must be, quote, except as otherwise provided in distinct orders, not less than 10 days notice of any motion shall be given, unless A, it is in the name of a minister, or the Speaker's authority has been signified in writing. Quote ends. This motion, dated 27 May 2025, was received on the 27 May 2025 at 3:30 p.m. Today is 28 May 2025. This is not exactly 10 days to comply with Standing Order 23, bracket 1, by any stretch of the imagination. Therefore, the motion is dismissed. I've given my ruling.
Sambungan pembahasan usul penghargaan atas ucapan Tuan Yang Terutama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak, pergulungan oleh para menteri.
Dengan hormatnya saya menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Haji Awang Tengah bin Ali Hassan, Timbalan Premier dan Menteri Sumber Asli dan Pembangunan Bandar kedua untuk menyampaikan ucapan penggulungan.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker. Saya berharap Dewan ini kembali tenang. Terlebih dahulu, saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi tahniah kepada Tuan Yang Terutama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak, Tun Pehin Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi dan Tuanku Jafar, atas ucapan perasmian Persidangan Dewan yang mulia ini pada 19 Mei yang lepas. Tuan Yang Terutama dalam ucapan perasmiannya antara lain menekankan usaha berterusan kerajaan di bawah pimpinan Yang Amat Berhormat Premier dalam menghadapi cabaran semasa dan meneroka peluang ekonomi strategik seperti tenaga hijau, teknologi digital, penyelidikan dan inovasi. Sehubungan itu, saya mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih pada semua ahli yang berhormat yang turut serta dalam perbahasan dan memberi pandangan yang bernas berhubung dengan perkara-perkara di bawah bidang kuasa Kementerian Sumber Asli dan Pembangunan Bandar. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, program pengukuran tanah NCR inisiatif baru. Untuk makluman Dewan Yang Mulia ini, Kerajaan Sarawak sentiasa mengiktiraf dan mempertahankan hak rakyat ke atas tanah NCR mereka yang sahih dan diwujudkan selaras dengan peruntukan undang-undang tanah sedia ada. Melalui program pengukuran tanah NCR inisiatif baru yang telah dijalankan dari Oktober 2010 sehingga 30 April 2025, seluas lebih kurang 1,200,766 hektar atau 2,967,093 ekar telah berjaya diukur secara perimeter. Daripada jumlah itu, seluas lebih kurang 935,760 hektar atau 2,312,263 ekar telah pun diwartakan sebagai reserve komunal Bumi Putera Pertanian di bawah Seksyen 6 Kanun Tanah Sarawak. Kerja-kerja pengukuran ini adalah berdasarkan permohonan dari pihak yang terlibat. Sejak 2017, pengukuran turut fokus kepada lot individu bagi pengeluaran surat hak milik di bawah Seksyen 18 untuk kawasan yang telah diwartakan berdasarkan permohonan dan kesediaan penuntut. Sehingga 30 April 2025, sebanyak 99,438 lot individu telah berjaya diukur yang melibatkan kawasan seluas 118,749 hektar atau 293,429 ekar yang telah dan akan dikeluarkan surat hak milik tanah di bawah Seksyen 18. Bagi mempercepatkan pengukuran lot individu tanah NCR ini, penuntut tanah hendaklah hadir semasa pengukuran di lapangan, menanda sempadan tanah mereka dengan jelas dan mengelak pertikaian dalam membuat tuntutan agar pengukuran berjalan dengan lebih lancar. Kerajaan Sarawak komited dalam memastikan kelangsungan program ini dan akan terus menyediakan dana yang diperlukan di samping dana yang diterima daripada kerajaan persekutuan. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, skim penempatan semula SPS dan skim pembesaran kampung SPK. Untuk makluman Dewan Yang Mulia ini, pelaksanaan program skim penempatan semula SPS dan skim pembesaran kampung SPK sejak rancangan Malaysia Keempat merupakan komitmen dan keprihatinan Kerajaan Sarawak terhadap rakyat berpendapatan sederhana dan rendah yang memerlukan tanah untuk mendirikan rumah. Sejak 2018, pembangunan infrastruktur spesifikasi baharu yang dilaksanakan melibatkan jalan raya yang berturap, parit konkrit, lot-lot yang ditimbuk dan sistem retikulasi bekalan air serta bekalan elektrik di SPS dan SPK melibatkan purata kos sebanyak RM150,000 bagi setiap lot. Atas keprihatinan Kerajaan Sarawak, bayaran premium tanah bagi setiap lot ditetapkan tidak melebihi RM2,500 dan pembayarannya boleh dibuat secara ansuran tahunan sehingga 10 tahun. Di bawah peruntukan rancangan Malaysia ke-12, dan peruntukan projek rakyat sehingga 30 April 2025 sebanyak 82 projek SPS dan SPK telah diluluskan yang akan menyediakan sebanyak 7,932 lot kediaman dengan kos pelaksanaan dianggarkan berjumlah RM1.539 bilion daripada 82 projek tersebut. 25 projek telah siap sepenuhnya mengikut skop pembangunan dan baki 57 projek akan diteruskan sehingga penghujung rancangan Malaysia ke-12 serta dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-13. Dan Seri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, pembaharuan bandar urban renewal. Untuk makluman Dewan Yang Mulia ini, sebanyak 7 projek pembaharuan bandar sedang dilaksanakan secara berpasar, iaitu pembangunan Daruhana dan Sungai Berdaun di Kuching, pembangunan semula Kampung Datuk dan Kemunyang di Sibu, skim pembesaran Kampung Jelutung in situ dan Tatau Kampung Extension, Tatau di Bintulu, dan pembangunan Padang Kerbau, Lopeng di Miri. Bagi Daruhana fasa 1 dan 2, setakat 30 April 2025, sejumlah 557 daripada 564 buah rumah telah diagihkan kepada ketua isi rumah dari Kampung Semarang, Panglima Seman Lama, Pulau Ulu dan kawasan sekitarnya. Keperluan ketua keluarga tambahan juga diambil kira dengan menyediakan 209 buah rumah kediaman di Sungai Berdaun. Setakat 30 April 2025, sebanyak 185 buah rumah telah diagihkan dan bakinya akan diagihkan dalam masa yang terdekat ini. Kita tengoklah gambar-gambar itu. Itulah antara rumah-rumah yang sudah siap dan ada sebahagiannya sudah diagihkan kepada yang layak. Cantik, begitu cantik sekali. Inilah bukti bahawa kerajaan ini begitu komited untuk melihat kepentingan masyarakat kita pada keseluruhannya. Bagi Kampung Datu Baru Sibu pula, sebanyak 64 daripada 104 buah rumah telah diagihkan kepada ketua isi rumah, manakala baki 40 akan diagihkan dalam masa yang terdekat. Di Kemunyang pula, sebanyak 117 daripada 148 buah rumah telah diagihkan kepada ketua keluarga tambahan dari Kampung Datu, sebahagian Kampung Baharu dan sebahagian Kampung Hilir Sibu. Manakala baki sebanyak 31 akan diagihkan sebelum penghujung tahun ini. Di skim pembesaran Kampung Jelutung Jepak dan Tatau Extension Scheme pula, sebanyak 184 buah rumah dijangka siap sepenuhnya pada penghujung tahun ini. Pengagihan kepada ketua isi rumah dan ketua keluarga tambahan dijangka bermula pada suku pertama tahun 2026. Bagi memastikan inisiatif berterusan di bawah projek pembaharuan bandar, projek pembangunan Daruhana Fasa 3 diteruskan dengan penyediaan sejumlah 94 unit rumah yang sedang dalam pembinaan dan 749 lagi akan dilaksanakan dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-13. Inisiatif yang sama juga akan dilaksanakan di Kampung Datuk Lama Blok A dalam projek pembangunan semula Kampung Datu Sibu dan pembangunan Padang Kerbau Lopeng Miri, di mana kerja-kerja penyediaan tapak dan infrastruktur akan dimulakan sebelum penghujung tahun ini. Dan Seri Datuk Amat Speaker, pembangunan bandar baharu, New Township, Pekanbaru dan pusat perkhidmatan Service Center di luar bandar turut diberi perhatian, di mana Kerajaan Sarawak telah meluluskan siling peruntukan sebanyak RM 244.89 juta. Telah pun disediakan dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-12 kepada Lembaga Pembangunan dan Lindungan Tanah bagi melaksanakan projek ini. Ianya merangkumi bandar baru Sebuyau dan Simunjan di Semarahan, bandar baru Fasa 2 Mukah dan Pekanbaru Kabung bahagian Betong. Projek-projek pembangunan pusat perkhidmatan Service Center di Lingga, Matu, Igan dan Ulu Merapuk sedang dalam peringkat pelaksanaan. Manakala komponen Medan Selera bagi Mataring Service Center telah pun siap dan diserahkan kepada Majlis Daerah Dalat dan Muka. Tuan Sri Datuk Amat Speaker, LCDA juga turut melaksanakan pembangunan rumah mampu milik di skim pembesaran kampung SPK, Pusat Pertumbuhan Desa RGC dan bandar baru Sebuyau. Sejumlah 573 unit rumah mampu milik telah diluluskan di bawah rancangan Malaysia ke-12 dan projek rakyat, dan kini berada dalam pelbagai peringkat pelaksanaan dengan jumlah peruntukan sebanyak RM 247.5 juta. Tuan Sri Datuk Amat Speaker, Dasar Pembangunan Industri Mineral dan Pengkuarian Sarawak sebagai usaha dalam memperkasakan industri perlumbungan dan pengkuarian, Kerajaan Sarawak kini sedang merangka dasar yang lebih komprehensif yang memberi fokus kepada kaedah perlumbungan berteknologi tinggi serta mampan bagi mengurangkan impak ke atas alam sekitar. Susulan daripada penemuan baharu deposit emas di kawasan Bau, Kerajaan Sarawak sedang menilai potensi perlumbungan emas berkenaan dengan mempertimbangkan pelaksanaan projek perintis di kawasan tanah lumbung berkeluasan lebih kurang 5.281 hektar. Projek perintis ini penting bagi menentukan laksanaan projek serta kawalan dan mitigasi impak projek sebelum perlumbungan secara komersial dipertimbangkan. Sebanyak lebih kurang 1,400 peluang pekerjaan baharu pelbagai tahap dan bidang telah dikenal pasti bagi industri perlumbungan huluan dan pengkuarian di Sarawak. Susulan itu, Kerajaan Sarawak melalui Center for Technology Excellence Sarawak, CENTEC, akan terus menyediakan pendidikan dan latihan teknikal dan vocational kepada pelajar lepasan sekolah atau universiti untuk mengisi keperluan tenaga kerja berkenaan. Selain itu, Kerajaan Sarawak juga sedang berusaha untuk mengadakan kerjasama dengan University of British Columbia, Canada, bagi tujuan penyelidikan dan pembangunan serta teknologi perlumbungan dan juga melahirkan tenaga kerja profesional dalam industri ini. Satu sistem digital dikenali sebagai Sarawak Manual Information System juga dicadangkan untuk dibangunkan di bawah rancangan Malaysia ke-13 bagi meningkatkan kecekapan pengurusan sumber mineral dan batuan di Sarawak. Pan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, pengurusan dan pemeliharaan hutan di Sarawak antara kelasterian teknologi dan inovasi. Sarawak kini berada dalam fasa transformasi ke arah model pembangunan hijau dengan tumpuan kepada pengurusan hutan mampan melalui pensijilan, pemeliharaan biodiversiti dan pendigitalan operasi. Ini adalah penting untuk kita memastikan khazanah hutan ini dimanfaatkan melalui pengurusan natural capital secara mampan. Sarawak berjaya mengekalkan kawasan hutan seluas 7.65 juta hektar, merangkumi kira-kira 60% daripada keseluruhan keluasan Sarawak. Dari jumlah ini, lebih kurang 1.83 juta hektar kawasan hutan telah dipersijilkan di bawah Malaysian Timber Certification Scheme yang diperakui oleh Program for the Endorsement of Forest Certification, PEFC. Antara inisiatif penjiditilan operasi, Jabatan Hutan Sarawak telah membangun dan mengadaptasi sistem satelit dan Geographic Information System yang dikenali sebagai Enterprise Forest Information Management System, (EFIMS). Selain itu, Forest License Portal yang merangkumi model Electronic Removal Pass, (EPAS), turut diperkenalkan bagi menggantikan penggunaan pas pemindahan kayu pracetak, pre-printed removable pass. Manakala Sarawak Logs Tracking and Forest Revenue System, RIPLOG, digunakan untuk pemantauan hasil hutan dan kebolehjajakan traceability kayu secara telus serta efisien. Inisiatif ini menjadikan Sarawak peneraju dalam pengurusan hutan tropika secara mampan. Selain dengan prinsip utama dalam Timber Legality Assurance System, TILAS, termasuk European Union Deforestation Regulation, EU UDR. Melalui program penghijauan Malaysia di bawah kempen penanaman 100 juta pokok pula, sehingga kini Sarawak telah berjaya menanam 47.4 juta pokok, melepasi 35 juta sasaran yang telah ditetapkan di peringkat kebangsaan. Manakala bagi inisiatif ladang hutan pula, seluas 615,172 hektar telah ditanam setakat Disember 2024, merangkumi fast growing species Acacia mangium, Eucalyptus dan kelampayan. Pendekatan ini mengurangkan tekanan terhadap hutan asli dan menyediakan sumber kayu alternatif yang mampan. Tuan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Kerajaan Sarawak terus mengukuhkan peranannya dalam pengurusan hutan dan biodiversiti secara lestari dan menangani fenomena perubahan iklim melalui pelbagai bentuk kerjasama penyelidikan dan pembangunan R&D di peringkat tempatan dan antarabangsa. Ianya adalah sejajar dengan komitmen Malaysia, antara lainnya Paris Agreement 2015. Contohnya, kerjasama Jabatan Hutan Sarawak bersama Jabatan Perhutanan Semenanjung Malaysia, Forest Research Institute of Malaysia, PRIM, Natural Resources and Environment Board NRB, Universiti Putra Malaysia, Universiti Teknologi Sarawak, dan Universiti Malaysia Sarawak. Di peringkat ASEAN, kerjasama dengan Asian Forest Cooperation Organization telah dimertai. Di peringkat global pula, Jabatan Hutan Sarawak menjalin kerjasama dengan Forestry and Forest Product Research Institute dan National Institute for Environmental Studies Japan dalam pembangunan teknologi pemantauan hutan seperti light detection and ranging LiDAR dan latihan saintifik pegawai serta pengurusan biodiversiti di kawasan hutan terlindung di Sarawak. Kolaborasi terkini bersama Forest Global Earth Observatory, Forest Geo, yang terdiri daripada institusi antarabangsa di Amerika Syarikat seperti Smithsonian Institution dan Harvard University serta Osaka University, Jepun, terus diperkukuhkan bagi membuktikan komitmen berterusan Kerajaan Sarawak dalam mengurangkan pelapasan karbon dan pemeliharaan hutan melalui penubuhan plot penyelidikan di Taman Negara Bukit Lampir. Sarawak terus memperkukuh inisiatif karbon hutan dalam memperkasa ekonomi hijau melalui pendekatan nature-based solutions. Setakat ini 7 permit kajian karbon hutan dan 1 lesen karbon hutan telah dikeluarkan kepada pemohon, manakala 6 permohonan baru telah diterima dan sedang diproses. Kadar charge statutory untuk projek karbon juga telah dikaji semula bagi meningkatkan daya tarikan pelabur. Tuan Sri Ketua Amat Speaker, Sarawak Delta Geopark. Sarawak berikhtiar untuk mendapatkan pengiktirafan UNESCO Global Geopark Site bagi Sarawak Delta Geopark pada tahun 2026. Kita kini berada di peringkat akhir persediaan bagi penilaian oleh pihak UNESCO yang dijadualkan pada 22 hingga 25 Jun 2025 tahun ini. Bagi memastikan segala persiapan berjalan lancar, 2 sisi pra-penilaian telah dilaksanakan pada April dan Mei tahun ini. Tuan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, penguatkuasaan hutan, kawasan terlindung sepenuhnya dan hidupan liar. Sejak November 2024 hingga April 2025, Jabatan Hutan Sarawak telah merekodkan sejumlah 61 kes kesalahan hutan. Dalam tempoh yang sama, 13 kes didaftar untuk pendakwaan di mahkamah. 4 kes telah diputuskan oleh mahkamah dengan 7 orang tertuduh disabitkan kesalahan. Manakala 9 kes masih dalam proses pendakwaan dan perbicaraan. Sebanyak RM80,892 kompaun dan RM751,150 hasil pelupusan melalui jualan kayu rampasan telah dikutip dalam tempoh tersebut. bagi tempoh Disember 2024 sehingga April 2025, SFC telah membuka 19 kertas siasatan bagi kes kesalahan berkaitan dengan TPA dan jenayah hidupan liar. 1 kes telah didakwa, 3 kes pula telah dikenakan kompaun dan 15 kes lagi masih dalam siasatan. Selain itu, 5 kes pada tahun sebelumnya telah didakwa, menjadikan jumlah keseluruhan sebanyak 6 kes. Bagi tempoh yang sama, sejumlah RM65,500 kompaun telah dikutip. Baru-baru ini, Yang Amat Berhormat Premier telah melaksanakan Wisma Lestari yang juga menempatkan Makmal Sarawak Wildlife Forensics. Dapatan daripada makmal ini memperkasakan pembuktian di mahkamah melalui teknologi DNA dan memperkukuh pemantauan jangka panjang melalui pengkalan data gene bank. Dan Tuan Amat Speaker, selepas kejayaan inskripsi Taman Negara Niah sebagai tapak warisan dunia UNESCO pada tahun lalu, 2 lagi taman negara, iaitu Taman Negara Bako dan Bukit Lambil, telah dicalonkan sebagai tapak Asian Heritage Park. Penilaian oleh pihak ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity telah dilaksanakan dan keputusan penilaian ini dijangka akan diketahui pada Disember 2025. Dan Tuan Amat Speaker, Kerajaan Sarawak mengiktiraf peranan penting komuniti setempat di sekitar PFE dan TPA melalui penglibatan dalam program seperti program pembangunan modal insan, iaitu untuk ranger hutan dan park guide, karnival tahunan pembangunan komuniti perhutanan, program penanam pokok bernilai ekonomi dan eko pelancongan. Inisiatif ini bukan sahaja memperkasakan komuniti setempat di sekitar PFE dan TPA, malah membantu meningkatkan pendapatan mereka serta memupuk kesedaran terhadap pemeliharaan hutan. Dan Tuan Amat Speaker, Kerajaan Sarawak telah mewartakan 2.1 juta hektar TPA yang terdiri daripada 874,000 hektar kawasan daratan dan 1.2 juta hektar kawasan perairan marine. Seluas 318,000 hektar lagi kawasan tambahan telah diluluskan untuk tujuan pewartaan awal. Bagi memperkukuh usaha konservasi hutan, SFC telah memertai memorandum persefahaman MOU dengan Sarawak Infectious Disease Center bagi kajian penyakit zoonotik dengan Sarawak Biodiversity Center bagi kerjasama teknikal biodiversity dan dengan Universiti Melaya dalam penyelidikan genetik. SFC juga bekerjasama dengan King Mongkut University of Technology, Thornbury, Thailand dalam program pemeliharaan burung pantai hijrah. Bagi suku pertama 2025, program penandaan burung pantai hijrah telah dilaksanakan di Bako Buntal Bay, East Asian Australasian Flyway site. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, prestasi industri perkayuan Sarawak. Nilai ekspor industri perkayuan Sarawak bagi suku pertama tahun 2025 mencatat RM625 juta. Papan lapis menyumbang nilai ekspor RM317 juta, peningkatan 4% berbanding 305 juta ringgit Malaysia bagi tempoh yang sama pada tahun 2024. Jepun kekal pengimport utama sebanyak RM359 juta, diikuti oleh India 85 juta ringgit Malaysia, negara Timur Tengah 77 juta ringgit Malaysia, China 21 juta ringgit Malaysia dan Filipina 20 juta ringgit Malaysia. Seiring dengan perkembangan teknologi, pusaka turut bekerjasama rapat dengan Malaysian Timber Council melalui platform timberreality.my untuk mempromosi dan memasarkan produk perkayuan melalui platform digital. Bagi memperkasa peranan pengawal seliaan pusaka, Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri telah meluluskan Sarawak Timber Industry Licensing Regulation 2025. Sehubungan itu, pusaka telah membangunkan Timber Industry Regulatory and Compliance System bertujuan meningkatkan kecekapan perkhidmatan seiring inisiatif transformasi digital. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, industri buluh. Pusaka menyasarkan tidak kurang daripada 30,000 hektar untuk penanaman buluh menjelang tahun 2030. Sehingga April 2025, lebih kurang 4,900 hektar kawasan telah ditanam oleh 17 syarikat komersial dan 200 peserta dari komuniti. Hasil buluh ini penting sebagai sumber alternatif bahan mentah. Dalam masa yang sama, pusaka juga telah menandatangani memorandum persefahaman bagi tahun lepas bersama Malaysian Community Care Foundation Resources Sdn Bhd, Bintulu Port Holdings Berhad, Pertama Ferroalloys Sdn Bhd dan Bintulu Development Authority yang menyasarkan kawasan penanaman buluh seluas 10,000 hektar. Bagi memperkasakan lagi industri ini, beberapa syarikat tempatan dan antarabangsa, khususnya daripada China, telah pun menunjukkan minat untuk melabur dalam industri hiliran bagi menghasilkan high value product berasaskan buluh seperti kertas tisu, bahan pembungkusan tekstil dan biochar. Dan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sarawak is proud to pioneer biodiversity and natural resource sustainability. Through mainstreaming and a whole of government approach in collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. My ministry has developed a policy statement on mainstreaming biodiversity and associated ecosystem services, aligning with local and global framework, such as PCDS 2030, the Conventions on Biological Diversity, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. This policy underscores the importance of integrating biodiversity into governance and decision-making across all ministries and sectors. To bring this policy into action, Sarawak has formulated the Sarawak Biodiversity Master Plan, which focuses on 6 key thematic areas as follows. 1. Economic planning and economic approach. 2. Sustainable financing for biodiversity and biodiversity mainstreaming. 3. Effective communication and information on biodiversity. 4. Sectoral policy and legal reform. 5. Institutional collaborations on biodiversity-related matters and biodiversity mainstreaming tools. On the Earth Day, 22nd April 2025, the Right Honourable Premier of Sarawak had launched this policy statement and master plan, alongside the appointments of a biodiversity ambassador who will help engage the public and communicate our ongoing progress and commitments in conserving Sarawak's rich biodiversity. Tan Sri Honourable Speaker, bagi memastikan pembangunan dapat dilaksanakan secara mampan, pelaksanaan EIA dikuatkuasakan di bawah Natural Resources Environment Ordinance serta Prescribed Activities Order 1994. Bagi syukur pertama tahun 2025, NRB telah menerima sejumlah 20 laporan EIA dan 8 laporan Environmental Management Plan EMP. Daripada jumlah tersebut, sebanyak 18 laporan EIA dan 6 EMP telah diluluskan, manakala 4 laporan masih dalam pelbagai peringkat penilaian. Sebanyak 376 daripada 1,115 projek di seluruh Sarawak telah dipantau melalui post EIA inspection bagi tempoh Januari sehingga April 2025. Hasil pemantauan mendapati 40 kes ketidakpatuhan terhadap terma dan syarat kelulusan EIA. Daripada jumlah ini, sebanyak 35 notis telah dikeluarkan dan 14 kertas siasatan telah dibuka. Manakala 4 kes telah dikompaun dengan jumlah keseluruhan RM90,000 Malaysia bagi kesalahan pada tahun 2021 hingga 2024. Tan Sri Honourable Speaker, melalui pelaksanaan audit pematuhan alam sekitar untuk sektor perhutanan bagi tempoh Julai 2024 hingga April 2025, sebanyak 43 audit dalaman untuk Environmental Compliance Audit ECA telah dilaksanakan. NRB juga telah melantik 33 juru audit untuk melaksanakan audit luaran ECA. Untuk meningkatkan kompetensi dan bilangan juru audit ECA di Sarawak, 4 siri kursus pensijilan juru audit ECA telah dijalankan sejak 2024 dan seramai 99 peserta yang terdiri daripada pihak industri dan perunding EIA telah menghadiri kursus berkenaan. Sepanjang tempoh Januari hingga April 2025, NRB telah menganjurkan sebanyak 24 program pendidikan alam sekitar yang menyasarkan komuniti, pelajar dan guru sekolah serta pertubuhan bukan kerajaan (NGO) bagi memperkasa program penyelidikan alam sekitar di peringkat sekolah. Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Sarawak telah meluluskan grant khas berjumlah 13.7 juta ringgit Malaysia bagi tujuan menubuhkan 1,459 kelab pencipta alam sekitar (PALS) untuk tempoh 2025 hingga 2030. Sehingga kini sebanyak 570 kelab PALS telah ditubuhkan. Ini amat penting, Tuan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker. Kita mahu mendidik anak-anak kita supaya mencintai alam sekitar itu bermula daripada peringkat rendah. Sebabkan itu kita menggalak penubuhan kelab ini di peringkat sekolah. Sebagai pengiktirafan kepada amalan kelestarian alam sekitar, Majlis Penganugerahan Premier of Sarawak Environmental Award PSEA 2023-2024 edisi ke-11 telah diadakan pada 23 Januari 2025 dengan tema Incorporating Environmental Sustainability into Practices. Penyertaan PSEA edisi ke-11 ini telah meningkat kepada 217 berbanding 144 pada edisi ke-10. Tuan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, saya ingin memaklumkan Dewan Yang Mulia ini mengenai perkembangan terkini proses transfer of autonomy on environment under Malaysia Agreement 1963 MA63. Fasa pertama pengambil alihan fungsi ini melibatkan pengurusan buangan terjadual Schedule West, manakala untuk aspek pengurusan affluent industri, kawalan kualiti udara dan pengurusan EIA pula akan diambil alih pada fasa berikutnya. Kerajaan juga sedang dalam proses menggubal peraturan-peraturan yang baru bagi memperkukuh penguatkuasaan Natural Resources and Environment Ordinance 2024 yang telah diluluskan pada sidang Dewan Undangan Negeri Sarawak yang lepas. NRB juga telah melaksanakan perkara-perkara berikut. Pertama, menggunakan struktur organisasi yang baru bermula pada 1 Julai 2024. Kedua, mengadakan 32 penguatkuasaan bersama Jabatan Alam Sekitar Sarawak. Ketiga, menyediakan pembangunan modul pengurusan buangan terjadual dalam Environmental Information System Sarawak sebagai platform pemantauan dan pengurusan data buangan terjadual. Keempat, menyediakan garis panduan pengurusan buangan terjadual dan manual kerja bagi lesen premis yang ditetapkan buangan terjadual dan pembawa yang ditetapkan, dan meningkatkan kompetensi pegawai NRB melalui kursus Certified Environmental Professional in Schedule Waste Management, Certified Person in Schedule Waste Sampling Protocol, kursus pengurusan buangan terjadual dan kursus pengendalian tumbuhan minyak. Tuan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, Kementerian bersama-sama dengan jabatan dan agensi di bawah kementerian ini sentiasa komited untuk memberi perkhidmatan yang berkualiti secara berterusan. Ini terbukti melalui pelbagai anugerah yang telah diterima di peringkat negeri, kebangsaan dan antarabangsa. Pada Majlis Malaysian Institutes of Planners, MIP, Planning Excellence Awards 2024 yang telah diadakan di Kuala Lumpur pada 24 Januari 2025. Yang amat berhormat Premier Sarawak telah dianugerahkan belo kehormat daripada Malaysian Institute of Planners, MIP. Tepuklah. Suatu yang bagus sebagai penggalakan. Ya. Pada majlis yang sama, Sarawak Electronic State Planning Authority System, ESPA System, telah dinobatkan pemenang President Award oleh MIP. Di bawah Public Service Innovation Asia Award and International Innovation Award di Malaysia Technology Expo pada Februari 2025 di World Trade Center Kuala Lumpur. Kementerian ini juga telah menerima anugerah emas untuk projek ESPA System. Manakala jabatan dan agensi di bawah kementerian telah menerima 9 anugerah emas, iaitu 5 emas oleh Jabatan Tanah dan Survey, 3 Jabatan Hutan dan 1 lagi LCD. 4 anugerah perak, di mana 3 oleh Jabatan Tanah dan Survey dan 1 pusaka. Manakala 1 anugerah gangsa oleh pusaka. Selain itu, sebanyak 7 anugerah khas antarabangsa dimenangi agensi-agensi berkenaan, di mana 4 oleh Jabatan Tanah dan Survey, 2 Jabatan Hutan dan 1 LCD. Dalam mengukuhkan lagi penyampaian perkhidmatan, Jabatan Tanah dan Survey telah mendapat pensijilan bagi MSISO 9001-2015 Registration of Instrument in Sibu Land Registry Office Sarawak dan MSISO 37001-2016 Anti-Bribery Management System. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, seterusnya izinkan saya menyentuh perkara-perkara spesifik yang telah dibangkitkan oleh ahli-ahli yang berhormat semasa perbahasan di Dewan yang mulia ini. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi Beting Maru, seperti yang telah saya maklumkan dalam ucapan penggulungan pada November 2024 yang lepas, plan pembangunan pusat pentadbiran daerah pusat nasib baik dapat dibetulkan sebutan itu. Kalau tidak, dia membawa makna berlainan. Kadang-kadang kita confuse, banyak bahasa-bahasa baru seperti melancar, meluncur. Kita bangun pun, apa yang penting ialah kita buat kerja kita. Di mana saya?
Beting Maru.
Ha?
Respond to Beting Maru.
Ya, untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi Beting Maru, seperti yang telah saya maklumkan dalam ucapan penggulungan pada November 2024 yang lepas, Plan Pembangunan Pusat Pentadbiran Daerah Pusat 2035 telah diluluskan dengan pindaan. Kementerian ini adalah dalam peringkat akhir kemaskinian plan tersebut sebelum ianya dapat dilaksanakan. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi UPAR, permohonan pertapakan bagi 22 Dewan Serbaguna di kawasan Dun UPAR telah diluluskan oleh Majlis Perancangan Negeri. Mana UPAR? Banyak juga dia, Wan. 22. Ini bukti pedungan penting betapa kerajaan ini begitu prihatin terhadap keperluan rakyat.
Kekuatan kerajaan GPS untuk buat untuk rakyat.
Ya, betul.
Sebab itulah kita buat banyak sebenarnya di OPAR ada 40 dewan yang akan kita buat.
Ada kebenaran kau untuk bercakap?
Itu yang kita nak buat.
Minta kebenaran daripada speaker dulu. Baik, saya bagi.
Okay.
I give you the floor.
Okay. Tuan Sri Speaker, untuk kawasan OPAR, kita tahu OPAR ini masih dalam hutan. Kawasan dalam hutan. Jadi kebanyakan kampung-kampung, dewan pun tidak ada, balai raya tidak ada. Now I come to save this problem for OPAR. Thank you.
Bagi tahu dengan penduduk-penduduk di kawasan itu.
Okay.
Ini adalah peruntukan daripada kerajaan.
Kerajaan GPS.
Sementara itu, kuasa melulus bagi permohonan pertapakan projek-projek di bawah RTP yang tidak melibatkan pengambilan balik tanah telah diturunkan daripada SPA kepada Divisional Siting Board yang dipengerusikan oleh residen bahagian. Ini bagi mempercepatkan proses itu. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi Kelakar, sebanyak 5 skim pembesaran kampung telah diluluskan dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-12 di Dun Kelakar. SPK tersebut ialah SPK Roban Pasar 2, SPK Paloh, SPK Ulu Seratuk Pasar 2, SPK Baharu Kupang dan SPK Pagan. Status pelaksanaan bagi SPK Roban Pasar 2 dan SPK Paloh sedang dalam peringkat reka bentuk. Manakala bagi SPK Hulu Seratuk Pasar 2 dan SPK Baharu Kupang, ianya sedang dalam proses pengambilan balik tanah. Bagi SPK Pagan pula, kerja-kerja infrastruktur telah bermula pada 19 September 2024. Namun, kerja tersebut ditangguhkan sejak 23 Disember 2024 disebabkan oleh injunksi mahkamah bertarikh 12 Disember 2024. Kerajaan Sarawak telah memfailkan bantahan terhadap perintah injunksi tersebut dan masih menunggu keputusan mahkamah. Sementara itu, Jabatan Tanah dan Survey akan mengadakan sesi libat urus bersama ahli yang berhormat bagi Kelakar dan JKK Kampung Pagan untuk menyelesaikan perkara ini. Berhubung dengan cadangan untuk menukar tapak SPK yang telah diluluskan, ianya tidak digalakkan. Ini kerana tapak yang telah diluluskan telah memenuhi keperluan perancangan dan proses pengambilan balik tanah. Sekiranya berkaitan telah diselesaikan. Pemindahan ke tapak baru bukan sahaja akan menjejaskan perancangan dan pelaksanaan tersebut, tetapi juga akan memberi implikasi kepada perancangan pembangunan keseluruhan kawasan yang terlibat dan memerlukan peruntukan kawangan baharu. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi Bukit Asik, bagi surat hak milik tanah yang belum tamat tempoh, pemilik tanah berhak untuk memohon pembaharuan tempoh surat hak milik tanah tertakluk kepada syarat-syarat yang ditetapkan. Permohonan tersebut boleh dipertimbangkan selagi ianya tidak melanggar syarat guna tanah. Bagi tanah di kawasan yang terlibat dengan perancangan Bukit Asik Redevelopment pula, pertimbangan sewajarnya akan diberikan kepada semua pemilik tanah agar pembangunan ini memberi manfaat menyeluruh dari pelbagai aspek. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat bagi tilian, kerja-kerja menaik taraf infrastruktur spesifikasi baharu bagi SPK Telian Tengah Pasar 1 telah bermula pada 19 September 2024 dan dijadual siap pada 18 September 2026. Setakat ini, kemajuan fizikal pelaksanaan projek adalah mengikut jadual, iaitu 28.85%. Bagi SPK Talian Tengah Fasa 2 peringkat 1, kerja-kerja reka bentuk telah dimuktamadkan. Pembinaan infrastruktur pula dicadang untuk dilaksanakan di bawah Rolling Plan 1 dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-13. Manakala bagi SPK Petana Fasa 2, kerja-kerja reka bentuk akan dimuktamadkan dalam suku ketiga dan ditender dalam suku keempat tahun ini. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, bagi Ketibas, Terbeduk dan Tamin telah menyarankan agar pengukuran tanah NCR sama ada pengukuran perimeter dan individu bagi tujuan pengukuran surat hak milik tanah dipercepatkan. Sebagaimana yang telah saya nyatakan, di samping pengukuran perimeter di bawah Seksyen 6 Kanun Tanah Sarawak, Jabatan Tanah dan Survey juga akan memberi fokus kepada pengukuran lot individu untuk pengeluaran surat hak milik tanah Seksyen 18 Kanun Tanah Sarawak. Bagi memastikan kelancaran kerja pengukuran ini, para penuntut tanah yang telah diwartakan tanah mereka di bawah Seksyen 6 hendaklah memohon secara resmi dan bersedia. Kita dah bagi notis untuk menjalankan kerja-kerja pengukuran. Pegawai kita berada di lapangan yang menuntut. Ada yang datang, ada yang tidak datang. Sekali buat macam itu, 2 kali buat macam itu. Dan mereka yang tidak disuka tanah mereka ini menyalahkan kerajaan. Macam mana? Ini berlaku dalam beberapa kawasan. Walaupun kita berada di luar kawasan, kalau sudah ada notis, pegawai-pegawai kita sudah nak turun ke lapangan untuk mengerjakan penyukatan, baliklah supaya kerja-kerja penyukatan itu berjalan dengan lancar. Ini yang perlu kita kerjasama. Dan saya mahu ahli-ahli yang berhormat mengambil kita perkara ini. Dan kita mahu bekerjasama dengan mereka. Jabatan Tanah dan Survey memerlukan kerjasama, komitmen serta penglibatan langsung daripada semua ahli yang berhormat dan para pemilik tanah dalam menjayakan pengukuran lot-lot individu. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Katibas juga, kerajaan sentiasa memastikan peruntukan yang mencukupi bagi program pengukuran tanah NCR inisiatif baru. Bagi tahun 2025, peruntukan sebanyak 15 juta ringgit Malaysia telah diluluskan, di mana 7 juta ringgit Malaysia telah pun diterima daripada kerajaan persekutuan. Manakala sejumlah 40 juta ringgit Malaysia telah diluluskan oleh kerajaan Sarawak yang boleh dipohon secara berperingkat mengikut keperluan. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Talian, pembangunan perumahan di Taman Desa Kenanga melibatkan lot 124 blok 50 Mukah Land District dan Taman Desa Cempaka melibatkan lot 303 blok 52 Mukah Land District. Pengeluaran surat hak milik lot pecahan individu untuk kedua-dua lot ini tidak dapat dikeluarkan kerana para pemilik tanah sedia ada enggan memeterai Memorandum of Surrender and Alienation. Dan syarikat pemaju yang dilantik sebagai pemegang power of attorney irrevocable telah dibubarkan. Jabatan Tanah dan Survey telah diarahkan untuk menjalankan siasatan terperinci bagi menyelesaikan perkara ini. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi nyemah berhubung dengan permohonan pengeluaran surat hak milik tanah bagi kawasan penempatan di Raskom, Jabatan Tanah dan Survey telah diarahkan untuk meneliti keperluan dan membuat siasatan terperinci berhubung dengan kedudukan tanah tersebut. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi setakat Jabatan Tanah dan Survey akan mengumumkakan semula cadangan pelaksanaan SPK Setakan Melayu dan SPK Pengkalan Kuap dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-13 untuk pertimbangan. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Beting Marum, skim pembesaran kampung Beladin akan dimuktamadkan pada penghujung tahun 2025 dan skim ini akan menggunakan spesifikasi SPK baharu. Jabatan Tanah dan Survey akan memohon peruntukan bagi pembinaan infrastruktur untuk pelaksanaan secara berfasa di Rolling Plan 1 dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-13. Bagi SPK Kampung Pusat Extension pula, LCDA telah menyediakan cadangan pelan susur atur dan akan dikemukakan untuk pertimbangan Majlis Perancangan Negeri. Pelaksanaan pembinaan infrastruktur untuk projek ini dan lain-lain SPK Sepinang, SPK Tambak, SPK Pusat dan SPK Kalok Fasa 2 yang dinyatakan oleh ahli yang berhormat akan dikemukakan untuk pertimbangan dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-13. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Linggak dan Bukit Bangunan, permohonan pertapakan bagi cadangan SADA Proposed Lingga Banting Road Sri Aman Division boleh dikemukakan semula dengan mengemukakan justifikasi yang terperinci mengenai keperluan pembinaan jalan tersebut untuk pertimbangan Majlis Perancangan Negeri. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Upar, kerajaan telah mengenal pasti sebahagian kawasan di dalam Gunung Poi Forest Reserve First Extension merupakan tanah hak adat Bumi Putar. Sehubungan dengan itu, kerajaan melalui Jabatan Hutan Sarawak akan mengambil tindakan untuk mengeluarkan sebahagian daripada kawasan yang melibatkan kawasan tanah hak adat Bumi Putar tersebut daripada Warta Gunung Poi Forest Reserve First Extension. Setelah kawasan tersebut dikeluarkan daripada Warta Gunung Poi Forest Reserve First Extension, penuntut tanah yang terlibat bolehlah mengemukakan permohonan kepada penguasa tanah dan survey bahagian Kuching bagi pengukuran tanah dan pewartaan di bawah Seksyen 6 Kanun Tanah Sarawak. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Bukit Asik, setakat ini sebanyak 567 lesen penternakan burung walid telah dikeluarkan. SFC telah menerima sebanyak 128 permohonan daripada ahli Persatuan Walid Kenyalang Sibu dalam tempoh 2022 hingga 2024. Daripada jumlah tersebut, 6 permohonan telah dikemukakan kepada Jabatan Tanah dan Survey untuk pertimbangan SPA, 56 permohonan telah ditolak, 37 permohonan masih menunggu maklum balas teknikal dari pelbagai agensi, manakala baki 29 permohonan sedang dibuat penilaian akhir oleh jawatan kuasa one-stop center. SFP dalam proses menambah baik prosedur dan peraturan di bawah Wildlife Protection Edible Birds Nest Rule 1998 bagi memastikan kawal selia industri burung walit selaras dengan keperluan industri. Ini bertujuan untuk memudahkan cara permohonan sekaligus mengharmonikan prosedur dari agensi berkaitan ke arah proses yang lebih efisien. Program kesedaran kepada pihak industri dan komuniti tempatan juga giat dijalankan semenjak 2021 hingga kini. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi tilian di bawah projek Sarawak Reef Ball Fasa 1 sejumlah 5,888 unit dukun Reef Ball telah dilabuhkan dalam 294 kluster di perairan Mukah bermula daripada Kuala Rejang hingga Kuala Belingian. Manakala di bawah projek Sarawak Reef Ball Fasa 2 pula sebanyak 1,400 unit lagi dukun Reef Ball telah dilabuhkan dalam 28 kluster, menjadikan jumlah keseluruhan dukun Reef Ball yang dilabuhkan di perairan Mukah adalah sebanyak 7,280 unit. Manakala projek Sarawak Reef Ball Fasa 2 di perairan seluruh Sarawak telah dimulakan pada tahun 2024 dengan dana sebanyak 30 juta ringgit Malaysia yang dijangka siap penghujung tahun 2025. Melalui projek ini, sebanyak 5,000 unit dukun Reef Ball lagi akan dilabuhkan di 96 kluster yang telah dikenal pasti. Setakat ini 4,700 unit dukun Reef Ball telah dilabuhkan dalam 90 kluster dari Sematan ke Kuala Miri, manakala baki 300 unit dukun Reef Ball lagi akan dilabuhkan di 6 kluster di perairan lawas. Kajian awal sejak 2020 menunjukkan potensi dukun Reef Ball sebagai habitat baru ikan dan hidupan marine. Ini dijangka dapat meningkatkan hasil tangkapan sekaligus meningkatkan pendapatan dan taraf ekonomi nelayan tempatan. Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, Pengurusan Hal Ehwal Islam, untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi kelakar, setakat ini terdapat 24 buah masjid dan surau di kawasan Kelakar, iaitu 6 buah masjid awam, 9 buah surau awam dan 9 buah surau dalam premis. Sebanyak 3 buah masjid dan 4 buah surau telah dicadangkan untuk bina baru dan naik taraf dengan anggaran kos berjumlah 16.9 juta ringgit Malaysia. Ianya akan dikemukakan di dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-13 untuk pertimbangan. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Kabung, Jabatan Agama Islam Sarawak telah diarahkan untuk bekerjasama dengan Jabatan Tanah dan Survey bagi meneliti permohonan pembesaran tapak perkuburan di Kabung dan pembinaan masjid baharu Kampung Sesang untuk diselesaikan dalam masa yang terdekat. Dan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, kita amat berkuah mempunyai pemimpin yang berwawasan, rasional, progresif dan dinamik seperti yang amat berhormat Premier, member Poh Bedung, yang senantiasa memastikan hak dan kepentingan rakyat Sarawak dipertahankan. Beliau merancang secara strategik fasa pembangunan di Sarawak dengan memfokuskan kepada infrastruktur asas serta membangunkan modal insan di dalam memastikan wawasan Sarawak maju makmur dapat kita capai. Sarawak kini berada di landasan yang kukuh dan tepat. Sebaik sahaja menerajui kerajaan GPS yang amat berhormat Premier kita mempelopori banyak idea baru ke arah pembangunan mampan melalui inisiatif transformasi digital yang dilaksanakan sejak 2017. Ini diteruskan dengan dasar Sarawak Climate Change Policy and Low Carbon Society Blueprint yang diperkenalkan sebagai langkah mitigasi dalam menangani perubahan iklim dunia. Bidang-bidang baru berkaitan dengan carbon activity, carbon capture and storage, renewable energy, menerusi hydropower, menggunakan kaedah-kaedah baru seperti cascading dam, solar power, hydrogen, biomass, waste to energy, dan algae diperkenalkan. Yang terkini, inisiatif bidang aero angkasa, artificial intelligence AI, semiconductor, circular and new economy, sekaligus mencerminkan kepekaan yang amat berhormat Premier kita terhadap perubahan landscape global, sehingga Sarawak menjadi catalyst kepada industri baharu ini dan menjadi modal serantau dan antarabangsa. He dares to challenge. He dares to challenge the status quo. Inilah corak kepimpinan yang ditunjukkan oleh YAB Premier kita. Inisiatif ini meletakkan Sarawak di persada antarabangsa dalam perancangan dan pembangunan yang mampan memenuhi 17 Sustainable Development Goals SDGs. Tidak heranlah figura hebat kita ini sering dijemput untuk berkongsi pandangan dan aspirasi beliau di peringkat nasional dan juga antarabangsa. Sebagai rakyat Sarawak, orang Sarawak, anak Sarawak, marilah kita sama-sama berdiri teguh dan bersatu padu bersama kepimpinan kerajaan GPS yang diterajui oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Premier kita. Kita mesti menjadi perintis, bukan perantis. Melonjak ke hadapan dalam membangun bakat tempatan serta memperkasa modal insan demi masa depan yang lebih gemilang. We want to build a better and sustainable tomorrow for our generation to come. Sarawak kini berada megah sebagai hub pembangunan tenaga hijau. Dari rimba Borneo ke orbit langit, Sarawak melangkah gagah sebagai wilayah yang lestari, berteknologi tinggi, bukti kecemerlangan yang dibina di atas visi berapi dan strategik yang amat berhormat Premier kita. Kecemerlangan Sarawak bukan sekadar impian. Sejarah kecemerlangan Sarawak sedang kita lakar hari ini di bawah kerajaan GPS yang dipimpin oleh yang amat berhormat Premier kita. Justru adalah menjadi tanggungjawab kita semua untuk mempertahankan kestabilan politik, meningkatkan kerjasama perpaduan dan keharmonian hidup antara semua kaum. Walaupun kita berbeza dari segi budaya, kepercayaan agama dan latar belakang, kita adalah satu. That we are one Sarawakian. Kita bersatu dalam kepelbagaian. Bersatu kita teguh, bercerai kita rubuh. Inilah yang diajar oleh datuk nenek moyang kita. Dan ini amat relevan walaupun kita dalam zaman yang begitu moden, zaman IT, zaman yang begitu canggih. Jika kita berpecah belah, kita tidak akan dapat melaksanakan tugas dan tanggungjawab kita. Kita tidak akan dapat memenuhi harapan rakyat kita yang memerlukan pembelaan, yang memerlukan pembangunan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan hidup mereka. Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, makmur bersatu di Bukit Sari, gedung teraju, nikmat merata. Inisiatif baru peluang dicari, PCDS 2030 sejahtera jelata. Menyalam skuba di Kuala Belawai. Lokasi ikan sering berubah. Selamat menyambut Hari Gawai. Mari kekalkan semangat muhibah. Ahli Dewan bijak berhujah. Ayat disusun penuh bersopan. Bila tiba 10 Zulhijjah, Aidil Adha disambut penuh keinsafan. Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, di kesempatan ini saya ingin merakamkan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, setiausaha, semua kekiangan Dewan Undangan Negeri, pegawai-pegawai, termasuk pegawai-pegawai daripada kementerian saya, jabatan-jabatan dan agensi di bawahnya yang telah pun bekerja keras untuk memastikan persidangan Dewan ini berjalan dengan begitu lancar. Saya juga ingin mengucapkan selamat Hari Gawai Gayu Guru Keranyama, lantang senang nguan menua, dan selamat Hari Raya Aidil Adha bagi mereka yang merayakan. Demikianlah saja ucapan penggulungan saya bagi Kementerian Sumber Asli dan Pembangunan Bandar. Sekian, terima kasih.
Early movement, we have a short break. Sitting resumes at 11:10. Sekarang dengan hormatnya saya menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Yang Tengah Ali Hassan, Timbalan Premier dan Menteri Perdagangan Antarabangsa, Industri dan Pelaburan untuk menyampaikan ucapan penggulungan.
Tuan Sri Datuk Amar Speaker, sebelum saya meneruskan penggulungan bagi Kementerian Perdagangan Antarabangsa, Industri dan Pelaburan, saya ingin menyampaikan penghargaan sekali lagi kepada Tuan Yang Terutama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak atas ucapan pembukaan di Dewan yang mulia ini. Tuan Yang Terutama telah menitik beratkan pembangunan inklusif di Sarawak, khususnya dalam pertumbuhan industri, pelaburan dan perusahaan mikro, kecil dan sederhana. Tuan Sri Datuk Amar Speaker, the global economy grew by 3.2% in 2024, driven by strong performance in the US, China, and emerging markets. Growth continued moderately, though geopolitical tension and US reciprocal tariffs created trade uncertainties. Malaysia's economy expanded by 5.1% in 2024, bolstered by strong domestic demand and export recovery. Growth continued at 4.4% in first quarter 2025, led by consumer spending, a stable job market, and private investment. Global trade risks may impact future growth. Sarawak economy is projected to grow at 5% in 2024, sustained by strong domestic and external demand. The trade recovery strengthened the transport and logistics sectors. The manufacturing sector performed well, with LNG as the primary driver. LNG export rose 3.8%, driven by strong demand and higher prices. Steady growth is expected in 2025, despite global uncertainties. In 2024, Sarawak recorded 17.6 billion ringgit Malaysia in approved investment across services, manufacturing, and primary sectors, with domestic direct investment DDI leading at 13.5 billion ringgit or 76.6%, while foreign direct investment FDI contributed RM 4.1 billion or 23.4%. This investment involved 376 projects, potentially creating over 7,800 jobs. The services sector accounted for 7.6 billion ringgit Malaysia or 43%, closely followed by manufacturing. It's RM 7.5 billion or 42.9%, while the primary sector received RM 2.5 billion or 14.1%. Despite similar investment values, manufacturing was the largest contributor to employment, generating 6,430 jobs or 81.8%. The manufacturing sector recorded key investment in chemical products, urea, melamine, polycrystalline silicon, and biodiesel, RM 2.9 billion, electrical and electronic E&E products, RM 1.2 billion, and non-metallic products, clinker, concrete, and cement, RM 800 million. In the first quarter 2025, the manufacturing sector received RM 681 million in investment across 24 projects, expected to create more than 900 jobs. Investment focused on E&E, mobile energy storage, charging, and robotics, RM 75 million. Manufacturing-related services, warehousing, RM 20 million. And non-metallic mineral products, cement and concrete, RM 16 million. Sarawak continues to attract investors due to our political stability, rich natural resources, strategic location, and investor-friendly policies. Our government fosters a conducive business environment through incentive, regulatory support, and infrastructure development. Last year, 115 manufacturing and related services projects were approved, with over 65% successfully implemented, reflecting strong investment facilitation. Ongoing industrial infrastructure investment, including industrial park, logistics, and digital connectivity, reinforce our long-term growth and competitiveness. Positioning Sarawak as a prime destination for investors seeking stability and strategic market access. Investor confidence remains robust, as reflected in the substantial reinvestment of RM 6.8 billion within the manufacturing sector, primarily in chemical and basic metal. This underscores strong investors' confidence in Sarawak's current business environment and reaffirms Sarawak's growing reputation as a competitive and reliable investment destination. Sarawak push for renewable energy, especially solar power, has gained strong investor interest. Leading potential investors from Abu Dhabi, China, and Singapore are actively exploring opportunities through feasibility assessment. The 2023 amendment to the Electricity Ordinance has paved the way for increased investment in low-carbon power generation, bolstering the region's commitment to a sustainable energy solution. This initiative expands renewable energy capacity to meet investors' growing demand, ensuring a more reliable, scalable, and resilient energy supply to support long-term business growth. As part of this effort, my ministry recently organized Sarawak Connect in London to promote and attract investment, focusing on semiconductors, renewable, and sustainable energy. These events serve as a strategic platform for forging global partnerships and attracting high-value investment, in which Sarawak plays a key role in facilitating investors' engagement and continues to support them for a seamless investment experience. To further enhance our investment appeal, the government is actively streamlining regulatory processes, reducing bureaucracy, and improving policy transparency to boost business efficiency. We are adopting a whole-of-government approach to ensure a unified and strategic advancement of Sarawak's development priorities. Concurrently, we are addressing critical gaps in the investment ecosystems, including upgrading key infrastructure and investing in talent development to better align with the industry's need. This effort reaffirms our commitment to position Sarawak as a preferred destination for high-quality investment now and in the years to come. Sarawak is transforming industrial landscape through strategic diversification into hydrogen, carbon capture, utilization and storage, CCUS, oil and gas, petrochemicals, semiconductors, aerospace, and renewable energy. We are advancing renewable energy through hydropower and solar, while exploring hydrogen and CCUS technologies to support sustainability. These developments complement growth in the oil and gas sector and expansion of high-value petrochemical downstream products. By integrating cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices, Sarawak is shaping a dynamic economic hub in Southeast Asia, balancing economic growth and environmental responsibility while achieving manufacturing excellence to drive long-term prosperity. Dan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, we are emerging as a regional leader in Southeast Asia's hydrogen economy, leveraging strategic investment opportunities to the Sarawak Green Hydrogen Hub in Bintulu and the upcoming hub in Kuching. These integrated facilities operate on a plug-and-play model, enabling multiple investors to co-locate hydrogen projects without requiring standalone infrastructure. This approach optimizes efficiency, reduces costs, and accelerates hydrogen, attracting global investors to Sarawak's hydrogen ecosystem. ACDC Energy and Gantari continue to advance the Sarawak Green Hydrogen Hub, with plans for a joint venture company to develop centralized investor facilities. The hub is currently in its scope development and engineering phase. Meanwhile, flagship project Hornbill and Hibiscus are progressing toward front and engineering design completion by this year end. Malaysia and Japan have also reaffirmed their commitment to hydrogen collaboration, solidifying Sarawak leadership in the hydrogen production. The distribution of gas ordinance was amended in November 2024 to ensure safe, responsible, and structured development of hydrogen activities. This milestone legislation, which came into force in March 2025, reinforces investor confidence and ensures the sustainable growth of Sarawak's hydrogen economy. Dan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, Sarawak is poised to lead regional CCUS, leveraging over 65% of Malaysia's geological carbon storage potential. Sarawak is at the forefront of national and regional decarbonization effort, driving sustainable solutions and enhancing our pivotal role in the global low-carbon economy. Petros, as the appointed resource manager, has launched the Sarawak Bid Round 2024, Asia's first carbon storage focused bid round, offering 3 offshore storage sites with significant geological potential. Petros is currently finalizing the agreement and plans to award the successful bidders by end of Q2 2025. Tuan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Petros is establishing Kuching and Samalaju as a key CCUS hubs, developing advanced infrastructure to create integrated carbon storage within the next decade. This initiative will enable Sarawak to offer carbon storage solutions for domestic and foreign emitters, creating new opportunities for CCUS industries. Petros, together with investors, has committed over 100 million ringgit Malaysia to assess Sarawak's carbon storage potential and build a comprehensive database. This effort will create a globally competitive carbon storage portfolio, fortifying Sarawak's expertise, investment appeal, and sustainable low-carbon economic growth. Tuan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sarawak recognizes natural gas as a vital transition fuel in the global journey toward net zero emission. We are committed to its responsible development. The Sarawak Gas Roadmap, SGR, leverages Sarawak's abundant natural gas resources, which constitute over 60% of Malaysia's reserve, to drive industrialization, improve energy security, and attract sustainable investment. As part of this initiative, RM 100 million city gas trunk line in Bintulu will expand clean and affordable energy access for homes and businesses. The project is going to be implemented soon, while the RM 1 billion Samalaju pipeline will transport 300 million scf per day of gas from Bintulu to Samalaju Industrial Park. The installation of this gas pipeline is expected to be completed by end of 2025. Kuching is emerging as a regional low-carbon gas hub, focusing on natural gas delivery, CCUS, offshore gas exploration and development. The proposed Tanjung Bang deep sea port is anticipated to support the developments of Kuching low-carbon gas hub, attracting investment and strengthening Sarawak's clean energy leadership. Petros recently signed a strategic cooperation agreement with China Jiangsu International Economic and Technical Cooperation Group Limited, CGI, one of the anchor partners, to develop the master plan for Kuching low-carbon hub. Petros has expanded upstream operation with 21 production sharing contracts, including 12 exploration project and equity in 5 producing fields, achieving 100,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day. The SK433 Adong Kecil West site in Miri will produce its first onshore oil in 2026. Looking ahead, Petros has committed RM 8.5 billion in capital expenditure over the next 3 years in infrastructure development and resource commercialization. By 2030, the SGR is expected to attract RM 60 billion in investment and contributing significantly to Sarawak's economy. This initiative reinforces Sarawak's leadership in sustainable energy, driving economic growth while advancing global decarbonization efforts. In 2024, Petronas invested RM 25 billion in Sarawak, including 9 first hydrocarbon discoveries and 2 major production milestones: the Kasawari field at Block SK316 and the Jerun field at Block SK408. Ongoing offshore development and exploration projects are in progress to ensure energy security. Petronas is intensifying frontier exploration through data enrichment and strategic partnership for seismic processing, reinforcing Sarawak's role in Malaysia's energy sector, supporting long-term energy security and economic growth. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, the petrochemical industry in Sarawak is evolving rapidly, aligned with SGR and aims to transform Bintulu into an integrated petrochemical hub. Since December 2024 until today, the Sarawak Petchem has exported 25 shipments, approximately 238,000 metric tons of methanol across Asia Pacific, that is China, Taiwan, Indonesia, and Peninsula Malaysia. Sarawak Petchem is broadening its downstream methanol application, utilizing natural gas as a value-added feedstock and advancing green sustainable product. Building on this progress, the Green Methanol Project was launched in January 2025 by the Sarawak Premier, reinforcing Sarawak as a green energy bunkering hub, attracting investment and driving a sustainable economy. Other future strategic initiatives include low-carbon ammonia for fertilizers, an ethylene glycol facility, supporting polyester production, and specialty chemical to diversify methanol derivatives, which are in the early stages of feasibility studies. This advancement solidified Sarawak's commitment to sustainability, innovation, and economic growth in the petrochemical sector. Answer to our Speaker, Sarawak is poised to capitalize on the booming semiconductor industry, driven by generative AI and data center expansion, with global sales reaching USD 627 billion last year. The Sarawak Semiconductor Strategic Framework aims to attract investment across the entire semiconductor value chain, from advanced chip design, manufacturing to testing, packaging, and AI integrated system. By 2030, Sarawak aspires to be a key contributor to the global semiconductor supply chain, spearheaded by SMT Semiconductor Syndrome Berhad. Through the Semiconductor Roadmap 2030, designed to accelerate innovation and enhance local capabilities. Over the next 5 to 10 years, this roadmap will create over 3,000 high-skilled jobs, commercialize intellectual property, and promote talent development. SMD is exploring collaborative investments in the United Kingdom, leveraging Sarawak cost advantages and renewable energy. With strong government support and global partnership, Sarawak is positioned to become a key semiconductor hub in Southeast Asia, offering promising investment and trade potential. Consider the Honourable Speaker, the global aerospace industry is projected to broaden in 2025, accelerated by technological advancement, sustainability initiative, and increasing air demand. As industry continues to evolve, Sarawak is actively developing our aerospace capabilities, focusing on aviation, space technology, and satellite launch potential. The newly established Sarawak Aerospace Advisory Council will spearhead aerospace industry development by enhancing education, workforce training, and forging global partnership to drive future investment and accelerate industry growth. With a strong emphasis on talent development, Sarawak has launched the Aerospace Academy at Sentec in Lundu and ICAT's University College Faculty of Aerospace Engineering, equipping future professionals with hands-on expertise and globally recognized qualification. Sarawak is exploring the developments of an aerospace industrial park for high-value aerospace manufacturing, aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul, and sustainable aviation fuel research. We are partnering with Airbus to expand the aerospace industry, create high-value job opportunities, and attract foreign investment. Sarawak is creating a dynamic and resilient ecosystem as a competitive aerospace hub in ASEAN. Consider to Honourable Speaker, trade performance. Sarawak trade remains a key driver of economic growth, reflecting resilience amid global uncertainties. Major trading partners are Japan, China, South Korea, and India. In 2024, exports are expected to increase by 2.3% to 133.8 billion ringgit Malaysia, led by natural gas, crude petroleum, and vegetable oil, while import grew by 3.1% to 64.5 billion ringgit Malaysia, bolstered by petroleum products, motor vehicle, and aluminium ore. The trade surplus expanded 1.5%, reaching 69.3 billion ringgit Malaysia, indicating steady growth in key traded goods. Despite challenges in first quarter of 2025, Sarawak maintained strong trade ties with major partners and recorded a trade surplus of 16.8 billion ringgit Malaysia. While trade fluctuated, the surplus demonstrates the resilience of the economy and ability to navigate evolving global trade dynamics. Sarawak is expected to experience minimal direct impact from the U.S. reciprocal tariff, though rising trade tension and uncertainties may weaken external trade and domestic demand. However, Sarawak trade ties with key ASEAN partners remain strong, supported by a free trade agreement, FTA, to diversify and expand export. In addition, Malaysia, as ASEAN chairman, is leading effort to strengthen ASEAN role in negotiation with the U.S. and to mitigate disruption and ensure regional economic stability. At the same time, Sarawak is deepening global trade relationship, particularly with EU and Middle East countries, leveraging regional agreements such as RCEP and the ASEAN-China FTA to tap into new markets. Thus, local SMEs are encouraged to optimize resources, boost efficiency, and explore trade prospects through business matching initiative. Entrepreneurship development. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, MSMEs form the backbone of Malaysia's economy, representing 96% of total business establishment. In 2023, MSMEs contributed 39.1% to national GDP, reflecting a 0.5% increase from 2022, while employing 48.5% of the workforce. Their role in export improved, rising by 1.6% from 2022 to reach 12.2% of total exports in 2023. Sarawak is home to more than 74,000 MSMEs, representing 6.8% of total MSMEs in Malaysia. They are dominated by 75.9% of micro enterprises, followed by 21.8% of small businesses and 2.3% of medium enterprises. These businesses play a crucial role in driving our economic growth, with 90.5% involved in services, with smaller say in construction, manufacturing, and mining. Despite their significant contribution, MSMEs in Malaysia and Sarawak are largely micro enterprises, leading to low value-added output and income limitation. SME Corp Malaysia reported minimal structural change in MSMEs over the past 20 years, with intervention mostly supporting organic business expansions of micro and small businesses. The medium-sized company generated RM 8.5 million and value-added compared to micro enterprise produces only RM 0.2 million. With global uncertainties such as US reciprocal tariff policy, our MSMEs must remain agile to thrive in the dynamic business landscape and align with our 2030 high income goal. Recently, the federal government, through SME Corp Malaysia, is charting strategic initiative under the 13 Malaysia Plan to scale up the growth of MSMEs over the next 5 years through 4 key initiatives. That is, increase medium-sized businesses from 1.8% to 5% of the SMEs composition, encourage SMEs to participate in high-value activities and disruptive business model, strengthen SMEs' involvement in global value chains, focus on high-value industries, and support SMEs in listing on marketing board. Our entrepreneurship and industrial development strategies will align with these initiatives, ensuring SMEs have fair opportunities to gain access to new business ventures, improve their competitiveness and capacity to build long-term resilience in the global market. Answer to our speaker, Sarawak government remains committed to equipping our SMEs through capacity building program, focus on entrepreneurship, technical expertise and digital skill, empowering SMEs to broaden their knowledge and capabilities. From 2021 to Q1 2023, my ministry, together with agencies such as Institute Koperasi Malaysia, SDEC, INSCAN, Jabatan Wanita dan Keluarga Sarawak, Department of Agriculture, RESDA, Tegas, has organized nearly 930 programs, benefiting more than 73,500 MSMEs. This program provides training in promotion and marketing, financial management, food handling, product packaging and certification, as well as technical and digital entrepreneurship. In 2024, my ministry and SDEC partnered with TikTok Shop on a 2-year initiative to promote Sarawak digital more globally, driving e-commerce adoption through training and incentive. More than 1,000 MSMEs across Sarawak participated, with 452 selected to attend the intensive training. Among these participants, 353 Sarawak sellers achieved seller performance standard and received incentive from TikTok Shop. In first quarter 2025, Sarawak sellers generated RM 8 million gross sale. Their sales and orders grew by 119% and 125% respectively. In March 2025, Miri, top seller, namely Costume by Cosmo Online Cosmetic Malaysia Sdn Bhd, recorded over 540,000 ringgit Malaysia in monthly sale. Leading product categories included lifestyle, electronic, gadget, fashion, and collectibles. Market access is a key to MSME growth. My ministry facilitates promotion through national and international expo. Our program assisted over 1,200 MSMEs and generated more than 34 million ringgit Malaysia in revenue. This program showcased Usahawan Sarawak, Sabah International Food Expo, Satu Daerah, Satu Industri, and FHA Food and Beverage 2025. Sarawak Trade and Tourism Office in Singapore status finalized 6 trade distribution agreements between Singapore and Sarawak, securing 63.5 million ringgit Malaysia in sale across services, food and beverages, as well as 7.5 million ringgit Malaysia in agricultural investment. Meanwhile, the Sarawak Trade and Tourism Office in Brunei startup, which began operation in October 2024, has been actively collaborating with their Brunei counterparts and beyond. In October 2025, my ministry, in collaboration with Status, will host the Sarawak Mega Fair 2025 in Singapore to support SMEs in expanding globally, leveraging Singapore's strategic position as a regional trade hub. This event aims to promote international trade, investment, and tourism between Sarawak, Singapore, and beyond. My ministry has organized investment, trade, grant, and export compliance seminar in Kuching, Miri, Sibu, and Bintulu, in collaboration with MIDA, Matrek, SME Corp Malaysia, and SOPI. These seminars help to each city's business sector, enhance business network, awareness of funding opportunities and strategic growth, which benefited over 260 participants in compliance and international expansion. Tan Sri Ketua Ahmad Speaker, access to funding remain a key challenge for MSMEs, affecting business growth and limiting technological advancement. To address this, MSMEs are encouraged to explore alternative financing, such as crowdfunding and venture capital. At the same time, my ministry continues to provide financial assistance program, namely Graduan ke Arah Keusahawanan, GRA, Usahawan Technical dan Vocational Ustad, Go Digital Program, Sarawak Micro Credit Scheme, and Scheme Pinjaman Industri Kecil dan Sederhana. Since 2021, over 9,400 MSMEs have benefited from this scheme, totaling 204.3 million ringgit Malaysia in funding. In addition, federal and Sarawak agencies offer financial aid to support MSMEs in assessing, funding, and strengthening cash flow. To date, more than 178,000 MSMEs have benefited from the initiative, with approximately RM 3.3 billion ringgit Malaysia in approved funding from SME Bank, Amanah Ikhtiar Malaysia, Malaysian Industrial Development Finance, Berhad, MARA, and ACDC. These also include green financing for SMEs by Alliance Banks and strategic fund by OCBC to support investment in green and sustainable investment. So our government is committed to expanding MSMEs funding access and fostering innovation Through collaboration, my ministry will boost Sarawak's global competitiveness and build a resilient business ecosystem. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sarawak is actively expanding its industrial infrastructure and facilities development, fostering a dynamic and sustainable business ecosystem. We are committed to advancing competitiveness and fostering the long-term growth of industries. In 2025, my ministry allocated a budget of RM40 million for the development of 14 industrial estates. These industrial estates are designed to cater for diverse sectors, including manufacturing, technology, and sustainable energy, aligning with our industrial development agenda. In addition, my ministry is developing 18 Anjung Usahawan with a total allocation of RM 11.5 million, providing essential infrastructure, particularly in the rural and remote areas of Sarawak. As of first quarter 2025, my ministry has completed 6 industrial parks and 4 Anjung Usahawan, with 5 industrial parks and 2 Anjung Usahawan under construction. Additionally, 9 industrial parks and 17 Anjung Usahawan are in various pre-implementation stages. I would like to express appreciation to the Ministry of Entrepreneur and Cooperative Development, Malaysia, for its program Pembangunan Premis Tamu Desa, which support local hawkers and petty traders to upgrade business premises, especially in the rural areas across Sarawak. Out of 39 projects, 26 are completed, with the remaining 13 are scheduled for completion by June 2025. With 8 million ringgit Malaysia approved funding, this initiative improve business infrastructure and economic opportunities for our local traders. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada ahli-ahli yang berhormat atas cadangan-cadangan yang berkaitan di bawah bidang kuasa kementerian saya. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi kelakar, kementerian saya sentiasa mengalung-alungkan kerjasama dengan ahli yang berhormat dan Majlis Pembangunan Usahawan Petung dalam pelaksanaan program-program pembangunan kausahawan di kawasan tersebut. Kementerian saya telah meluluskan bantuan lebih daripada 8.4 juta ringgit Malaysia yang memberi manfaat kepada 512 usahawan di daerah Seratuk, termasuk kawasan Kelakar. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi report bagi menampung keperluan PKS di bahagian Seriki, kerajaan telah meluluskan projek Taman Perindustrian Mini Meradung. Selain itu, Sungai Baji Agro Park telah dibangunkan untuk aktiviti pertanian bernilai tinggi, khususnya tanaman makanan. Kerajaan Sarawak juga akan mengkaji keperluan untuk membangunkan kawasan industri kecil atau Taman Perindustrian Mini baru di Seriki. Untuk makluman ahli yang berhormat, bagi Jepang, Medan Niaga Jepang telah dibina oleh SADC pada 2005 yang menyediakan 16 gerai makanan dan 13 gerai runcit. SADC akan menaik taraf Medan Niaga Jepang selaras dengan pembangunan kawasan tersebut. Manakala Lembaga Kemajuan Bintulu BDA akan mewujudkan kawasan industri desa di bawah projek skim pembesaran kampung Jelutung dan pembangunan semula Jepang serta membangunkan estet perindustrian Jepang Fasa 2 untuk industri kecil dan sederhana. Tapak tersebut telah pun diluluskan oleh Majlis Perancangan Negeri. Justru itu, usahawan setempat digalakkan agar menggunakan kemudahan perniagaan yang sedia ada sepenuhnya. For the information of Ahli Yang Berhormat Pertamin, my ministry will conduct feasibility study on the proposal to establish Anjung Usahawan for a craft center and SME hub in Selangor. Meanwhile, my ministry has approved 3.3 million ringgit Malaysia in financial assistance to 95 entrepreneurs in the Selangor district, including Tamin. Untuk makluman Ahli Yang Berhormat bagi terbedu, Kementerian saya mengalu-alukan semua cadangan pelaburan di dalam perindustrian terbedu. Pada masa ini, Kementerian saya telah menerima 2 permohonan. Salah satu daripada cadangan pelaburan tersebut masih dalam peringkat tawaran tanah dan satu lagi pelaburan masih dalam peringkat perancangan. Untuk makluman Ahli Yang Berhormat bagi Murun, pembinaan Anjung Usahawan Apa Koyan kini dalam permohonan pertapakan. For the information of Ahli Yang Berhormat for Tanjung Batu, the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, DOS, has taken legal action against companies involved in a major hazard to prevent similar incident in SAP. DOS and the Departments of Environment have engaged industry players, local authorities and communities to strengthen communication and enhance emergency preparedness. Authorities are actively enforcing safety compliance, requiring companies to provide clear emergency plan, inspect equipment regularly, and review risk assessment. Industry players are fully committed to the highest safety standard and are taking proactive action to safeguard workers, the public, and the environment. One of the companies took the initiative to shut down their operation for a period of 90 days, beginning 1st May 2025, to ensure safety requirements are fully complied with, while maintaining the salary of their employees. Tuan Sri Ketua Mahkamah Speaker, sebelum mengakhiri ucapan pengulangan ini, saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan kepada Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Datuk Mahkamah Speaker atas ketegasan dan kepimpinan dalam mengendalikan DUN dengan baik. Tidak lupa ucapan terima kasih kepada pegawai-pegawai yang telah berusaha dalam menjayakan persidangan ini dengan dedikasi dan komitmen yang tinggi. Akhir sekali, saya mengambil kesempatan ini sekali lagi untuk mengucapkan Selamat Hari Gawai dan Hari Raya Aidiladha pada semua ahli yang berhormat serta seluruh rakyat Sarawak. Orang Sarawak celik teknologi, pandai berdagang, bijak berdikari. Kemajuan digital teguh berdiri menjadi nadi ekonomi negeri. Ngabang gawai beramai-ramai, Aidiladha tiba penuh makna. Berbilang budaya tetap bergulai. Sarawak maju makmur dan sejahtera. Dengan ini saya mengakhiri ucapan penggulungan bagi Kementerian Perdagangan Antarabangsa, Industri dan Pelaburan. Sekian, terima kasih.
Dengan hormatnya saya menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Ahmad Douglas Datuk Amar Datus Ugah Emas, Timbalan Premier dan Menteri Keuangan dan Ekonomi Baru II untuk menyampaikan ucapan penggulungan.
Selamat petang dan terima kasih kepada Tan Sri Datuk Amar Speaker. Tan Sri Datuk Amar Speaker, first of all, I would like to express my utmost appreciation to Tuan Yang Utama Yang di-Pertua Negeri Sarawak, Tun Peng Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar for his opening address at the first meeting of the fourth session of the 9th Dewan Undangan Negeri on 19 May 2025. His Excellency address will serve as an earnest guardian and invaluable framework for us as we feel our obligation and carry out our responsibilities in navigating Sarawak toward realizing our goal of becoming a prosperous and thriving society by 2030. On this occasion, I wish also to express my condolences to the family of late Tun Abdullah Ahmad Badawi, our former Prime Minister, who returned to the mercy of God on 14 April 2025. The late Tun was a respected leader, known for his gentle, humble, and inclusive leadership style, promoting transparency, institutional reform, and judicial independence. Tan Sri Datuk Amar Speaker, Economic Performance 2024 and Prospect for 2025. I would like to update this August House on the world, nation, and the state latest economic performance for 2024 and the outlook for 2025. Global Economic Performance 2024 and Prospect for 2025. The global economic landscape in 2024 has been shaped by a mix of recovery and risk. While the world economy demonstrated resilience in the early month, this momentum was gradually softened due to the rising geopolitical tension, policy tightening, and spending trade fragmentation. In 2025, the situation is becoming even more volatile with the introduction of reciprocal tariff by the United States, targeting its trading partner, followed by retaliatory action by these countries. This development further fueled more uncertainty, particularly for open and trade-dependent market. Reflecting these challenges, the International Monetary Fund in April 2025 World Economic Outlook projected the global GDP growth to moderate to 2.8% in 2025, down from 3.3% in 2024. Highlighting the broad impact of escalating trade measures and weakening demand across advanced and emerging economies. In the United States, economic growth is projected at 1.8% in 2025, reflecting a slowdown from the earlier forecast. This moderation is driven by tighter credit conditions, weakening consumer demand, and a decline in export performance. Moreover, the imposition of the broad-based reciprocal tariff in April 2025 has disrupted import flow and raised input costs for American manufacturers, owing further on the economic activity. Meanwhile, China's economy is expected to grow by 4% in 2025, indicating constrained growth prospects amid unresolved structural imbalances. Weakening in the property sector has suppressed domestic demand, while declining exports continue to weigh on growth. Nevertheless, targeted fiscal measures provide offsetting support, particularly with sound infrastructure spending and resilient in high-tech manufacturing. India remains a key growth engine among major emerging markets and developing economies. The growth outlook for 2025 is relatively stable at 6.2%, supported by strong consumption, particularly in rural areas. However, this projection is slightly lower than the previous year, reflecting the impact of rising trade tension, global uncertainty, and the ongoing conflict between India and Pakistan. Global inflation is expected to remain at 4.3% in 2025, above pre-pandemic norm. Elevated import costs, disrupted supply chain, and reduced production efficiency are key factors during these challenges. Although food and energy prices have stabilized, core inflation, particularly in services, remain persistent. The ongoing trade policies uncertainty are likely to suppress investment and consumer spending, further complicating the global economic outlook. Lastly, the resurgence of reciprocal tariff policies have emerged as a key concern. The IMF has revised its global growth forecast downward from 3.8% in 2024 to 1.7% in 2026. Trade dispute disruption are especially severe in global value chain, with intermediate goods most affected. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, Malaysia Economic Performance 2024 and Prospect for 2025. Malaysia economy continue its recovery momentum in 2024, underpinned by strong domestic fundamental, targeted policy reform, and a resilient private sector. Despite external headwinds, including trade tension and global monetary tightening, Malaysia GDP grew at 5.1% in 2024. This performance was primarily driven by robust household spending, sustained employment gain, and vibrant activity in tourism and service sector. The expansion is also attributed to the effective rollout of the strategic initiative under the Economy Madani framework, targeted with the implementation of a national flagship plan such as the new Industrial Master Plan 2030 and the National Energy Transition Roadmap. This framework have enhanced investors' confidence and accelerated structural reform across key sectors. Malaysia inflation averaged 1.5% in the first quarter 2025, a decline from the previous year, primarily due to the stable food prices and lower utility costs. Looking ahead, Malaysia inflation is expected to range between 2 to 3.5% in 2025, highlighting the need for targeted policy measures to manage sector-specific price pressure and ensure broader price stability. In 2025, Malaysia's economy is well positioned to sustain growth within 4.5% and 5.5%, supported by the continued rollout of strategic national initiative and strengthening domestic consumption despite external uncertainties. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, Sarawak economic performance in 2024 and prospect for 2025. I shall now move to Sarawak economy. Sarawak economy continued to grow resiliently, propelled by robust domestic demand and driven by continued rollout of various strategic state initiatives. On the supply side, the service sector is expected to expand by 6.7% in 2024, with all sub-sectors registering positive growth. Tourism remains a key contributor, with visitors arriving reaching 4.8 million in 2024, driven by targeted promotional strategies and improved connectivity infrastructure. In the first quarter of 2025, visitors' arrival maintained steady momentum at 1.2 million, reinforcing growth in services subsectors such as wholesale, retail trade, accommodation, and transportation. In 2024, the manufacturing sector recorded improved growth, driven by high output from liquefied natural gas, despite facing operational challenges such as power outage and scheduled plant shutdown for maintenance purposes. Export volume of LNG increased by 3.8%, supported by strong global demand and favorable prices. For the first quarter of this year, LNG export remained stable. However, following the reciprocal tariff, market start to soften, which may lead to reduction in energy demand and oversupply of LNG in the market, for the remaining of the year. Meanwhile, the mining sector is expected to grow by 2.3% in 2024, supported by the operationalization of the Kasawari field and sustainable crude palm petroleum output. For the first quarter of 2025, output from the oil and gas sector continued to show positive trend. In 2024, the agriculture sector is expected to experience a modest growth of 2%, attributed to the increased yield from fresh fruit bunches, although there was a slight decrease in the CPO extraction rate, dropping from 19.8% in 2023 to 19.4% in 2024, the sector remained resilient, bolstered by enhanced yield and production efficiency. The first quarter of 2025 is expected to see an improvement in oil palm production, with FFB reaching 3.3 ton per hectare, up from 3.1 ton during the same period 2024. Nevertheless, the sector's prospects for the year are contingent upon weather conditions which may have impacted on production and yield. In 2024, the construction industry is expected to experience significant growth of 8.7%, largely fueled by the civil engineering subsector, which represents 64% of the overall work value. This expansion is additionally bolstered by the non-residential building subsector, accounting for 13.5%, and the residential building subsector contributing 11.3%. The sector performance is largely attributed to ongoing execution of strategic infrastructure and utility initiative under the 12th Malaysia Plan. This positive trend is anticipated to persist into 2025. On the demand side, in 2024, Sarawak economic growth was supported by favorable external demand and robust domestic activity. Total trade increases by 2.8%, with export rising by 2.6% and import by 3.1%. Energy continued to be the primary driver of Sarawak export performance, with its total export value rising from ringgit Malaysia 54.8 billion in 2023 to ringgit Malaysia 56.4 billion in 2024, driven by high export volume. Simultaneously, the export value of crude palm oil surged by 15.7%, supported by favorable market conditions and stronger prices. Conversely, crude petroleum export registered a decrease of 5.8%, attributed to lower export volume and declined oil prices. In 2024, the average price of Brent crude oil was USD 80.52 per barrel, a decrease from USD 82.49 per barrel in 2023, reflecting the overall trend in the world market. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, amid significant global uncertainties, these challenges might have repercussions in Sarawak external demand moving forward. Early indicators suggest a contraction in trade, with a total trade for the first 2 months of 2025 experiencing an 11.4% decrease. On the investment front, Sarawak secured 7.6 billion worth of approved investment within the manufacturing sector, with a strong focus on high-value industries, including chemical, electrical and electronic, and miscellaneous products. Strategic initiative to enhance investment facilitation, coupled with ongoing infrastructure development, have further reinforced Sarawak's appeal as a competitive investment destination. In 2024, the Sarawak and federal government have invested a significant amount of public funding, nearly ringgit Malaysia 15 billion, for capital development purposes. The commitment is expected to drive infrastructure expansion, enhance public services, and accelerate economic transformation across Sarawak. In 2025, the Sarawak government has approved development allocation of ringgit Malaysia 10 billion to ensure the continued progress of ongoing initiative on rollout of new infrastructure projects. On top of this, the federal government has approved an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 5.9 billion to undertake various development projects in Sarawak. Meanwhile, public consumption expanded by 10.5% in 2024, primarily due to the impact of the system SIARAN Perkhidmatan Awam implementation. The enhancement of remuneration has led to the increase in disposable income for public sector employees, thereby stimulating demand and further encouraging private consumption. Additionally, the flexibility to withdraw from the EPF Account 3 has improved household liquidity, further supporting consumption. The positive trend is complemented by strong private consumption, which is reinforced by the targeted fiscal measure such as Sumbangan Keperluan Asas Sarawak dan Sumbangan Tunai Rahmah, aimed at enhancing household purchasing power and stimulating broader economic activity. Looking ahead, Sarawak economy, which was initially projected to grow 5 to 6% in 2025, may be challenged by the downwards risk brought on by global uncertainties. Translate Dato' Ahmad Speaker, inflation. Sarawak inflation rate is expected to moderate to 2.4% in 2024, reflecting a slowdown in the growth of prices. The primary driver of inflation was food and non-alcoholic beverages, housing, water, electricity, gas and other fuel, along with transport. This downward trend is the overall inflation rate indicate improved price stability within these key sectors. In the first quarter of 2025, Sarawak experienced a continued moderation in inflation, averaging 1.5%, down from 2.2% recorded during the same period in 2024. This gradual easing of inflationary pressure is projected to persist throughout 2025, maintaining the inflation rate within the range of 2.3% to 2.5%. Labour market. In 2024, Sarawak labour market exhibit continued resilience, with the unemployment rate remain stable at 3.5%. Sarawak recorded an increase of job vacancies from 240,529 in 2023 to 307,533 at the end of 24. Of total job vacancies, approximately 15.4% were designated for highly skilled professionals, highlighting Sarawak's strategic focus on developing human capital aligned with the high value-added industries. Translate Dato' Ahmad Speaker, performance of project implementation under the 12th Malaysia Plan. I wish to update this August House on the implementation of various development program projects under the 12th Malaysia Plan in Sarawak. 12th Malaysia Plan state-funded project. A total of 1,387 state-funded projects with a ceiling of ringgit Malaysia 37.98 billion has been approved. Of this amount, 987 or 71% are physical projects, while the remaining 400 or 29% are non-physical, which include grant, contribution, investment, program, and event. As of April 2024, out of 987 physical projects, 303 projects or 31% has been completed, while the remaining 684 projects or 69% at various stages of implementation. The cumulative expenditure for the year 21 up to April 2025 was ringgit Malaysia 27.7 billion or 69% against a total of 12 Malaysia Plan ceiling. The government will continue to facilitate the swift implementation of program and project, ensuring that the target outlined in the 12th Malaysia Plan are accomplished, while also developing proactive approaches to manage challenges related to current and future project execution. Performance of rural transformation project. Under the 12th Malaysia Plan period, a total of 13,366 rural transformation projects with an allocation of Malaysian ringgit 2.06 billion has been approved. As of April 2025, a total of 7,490 projects, or 56%, has been completed, while the remaining 5,876 projects, or 44%, are still at various stages of implementation. The cumulative expenditure from the year 2021 up to April 2025 was ringgit Malaysia 1.66 billion or 81% against the total approved allocation. Performance of Project Rakyat. Under the Third Malaysia Plan, Project Rakyat has received ringgit Malaysia 3.16 billion allocation to fund the implementation of 735 projects from 2021 until 2025, April 2025. Of these, 648 or 88% are physical projects, while the remaining 87 or 12% are non-physical. To date, 351 projects or 48% has been completed with ringgit Malaysia 2.4 billion expended, while the remaining 252 projects are at various stages of implementation. Program Penambahbaikan Rumah Rakyat Miskin Sarawak. Since 2018, the Sarawak government has committed to allocated funding for the purpose of repairing and improving the home of underprivileged and low-income group, thus ensuring safer, more secure, conducive living conditions. With a maximum repair cost of ringgit Malaysia 15,000 per house, this program has directly benefited 59,381 families to date, an overall expenditure of ringgit Malaysia 408.2 million. Dato' Ahmad Speaker, the 12th Malaysia Plan federal funded project. Under the 4th rolling plan of 12th Malaysia Plan, the federal government has approved a total of ringgit Malaysia 5.3 billion for the implementation of 1,128 projects. In terms of financial performance, a sum of ringgit Malaysia 4.5 billion or 86% of the approved allocation has been expended as of December 2024. Meanwhile, under the 5th rolling plan, a total of ringgit Malaysia 4.3 billion has been approved for the implementation of 1,174 projects, of which ringgit Malaysia 1.2 billion or 27% of the allocation has been expended. As of April 2025, 206 projects or 18% has been completed, while the balance are at various stages of implementation. Transri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, performance of project implementation under alternative funding. Allow me to update this August House on the financing performance of project implemented under alternative funding. As part of this initiative, this year the Sarawak government has allocated a total of ringgit Malaysia 8.12 billion for the execution of 1,571 projects. As of April 2025, a sum of ringgit Malaysia 1.11 billion or 14% of the total budget has been expended. Out of these, 1,514 projects are categorized as physical, while 57 are classified as non-physical. To date, 974 projects or 61% have been completed, while the remaining 597 projects or 39% are in various phases of execution. Cumulatively, a sum of ringgit Malaysia 16 billion has been expended as up to April 2025 for the implementation of major development projects throughout Sarawak, with the following breakdown. 1. Ringgit Malaysia 5.3 billion for the construction of Coastal Road and Second Drang Road. 2. Ringgit Malaysia 3 billion for the Sarawak Water Supply Grid, Stress Area. 3. Ringgit Malaysia 1.7 billion for Rural Electricity Scheme Project. 4. Ringgit Malaysia 2.3 billion for the implementation of project by 3 regional development agencies under RICODA, namely Upper Rejang Development Agencies, Highland Development Agencies, and Northern Region Development Agencies. 5. Ringgit Malaysia 888 million for the project under Integrated Regional Samarahan Division Agencies. 6. Ringgit Malaysia 1 billion for the implementation of Kuching Urban Transport System. 7. Ringgit Malaysia 730 million for the construction of Sarawak Multimedia Authority Rural Telecommunication Smart Tower and Sarawak Rural Broadband Network by Sarawak Digital Economy Corporation. 8. Ringgit Malaysia 218 million for Digital Empowerment Program and construction of digital infrastructure and telecommunication towers. 9. Ringgit Malaysia 271 million for the construction of the State Administrative Center in Bintulu, Limbang, and Lawas. 10. Ringgit Malaysia 159 million for for the construction of Sintec in Lundu, Dalat and Lawas, and UTS Muka Lala type campus. 11. Ringgit Malaysia 157 million for the construction of Sarawak International School in Kuching, Cebu and Bintulu. 12. Ringgit Malaysia 111 million for the construction of a Buling stall port in Betong. 13. Ringgit Malaysia 73 million for the development of new Sarawak Civil Service Leadership Institute in Santubong. And 14. Ringgit Malaysia 108 million for the construction of the State Archive building in Kuching. Performance of regional development agencies. The various regional development agencies were established to bridge urban and rural development gap and speed up infrastructure development throughout Sarawak. This is done through a bottom-up approach in the planning and execution of projects. Sarawak government has provided an allocation of Ringgit Malaysia 13.5 billion to all the 9 regional agencies, of which Ringgit Malaysia 1.5 billion is allocated to each of these agencies. Of the Ringgit Malaysia 13.5 billion, a sum of Ringgit Malaysia 7.5 billion is allocated on the Sarawak annual budget to fund the implementation of 901 development projects under the purview of 5 regional development agencies, namely Sriaman Development Agencies, SADA, Betong Division Development Agency, BDDA, Rajang Delta Development Agency, RADDA, Greater Kuching Coordinated Development Agencies, Mid Rajang Regional Development Agencies. Out of these, 894 projects are physical, 7 are non-physical. As of April 2025, 82 projects or 9% has been completed, while the remaining 819 projects or 91% are at various stages of implementation. In addition, a sum of 6 billion has been allocated under alternative funding for the project under purview of Northern Regional Development Agencies, Highland Development Agencies, Upper Rajang Development Agencies, Integrated Regional Samaran Development Agencies. To date, 3.9 billion has been expended with 601 projects completed. Translator Thomas Speaker, financial performance of Sarawak. Now I would like to highlight the financial performance of the state for the fiscal year of 2024 and the first 4 months of 2025. In 2024, Sarawak achieved a total revenue of Ringgit Malaysia 14.187 billion, making the highest revenue ever recorded in its history. This outstanding accomplishment is a result of our ongoing effort in revenue re-engineering, initiated and led by our Yang Amat Premier. The revenue collected has increased by Ringgit Malaysia 176 million, representing a 7% rise compared to Ringgit Malaysia 13.31 billion collected in 2023. This increase is primarily attributed to receipt from compensation for oil and gas right, as well as dividend, interest income, state sales tax, and special grant. For the information of this August House, the state sales tax on oil and gas is the major contributor to the overall state revenue. As of April 2025, it has contributed a total of Ringgit Malaysia 21.38 billion to the state coffer since its introduction in January 2019, a significant amount indeed. Ordinary expenditure 2024. In 2024, Sarawak spent a total of Ringgit Malaysia 12.71 billion on ordinary expenditure, of which Ringgit Malaysia 4.1 billion was expended on operating expenditure, while 7.8 billion was appropriated to development fund account to finance the implementation of various development programs and projects. Development expenditure 2024. With regard to development expenditure, the state expended a sum of Ringgit Malaysia 866 billion out of Ringgit Malaysia 9.1 billion, or 95% of total development budget for the year 2024. Now, Translator Thomas Speaker, allow me to update members of this August House on the performance of state revenue and expenditure for the first 4 months of 2025. Revenue. For the year 2025, the state revenue projection was at Ringgit Malaysia 14.2 billion. As of April a sum of ringgit Malaysia 4.3 billion, or 30% of the projected revenue, has been collected, contributed by the following major source. 1. State sales tax, ringgit Malaysia 1.76 billion. Cash compensation in lieu of oil and gas right, ringgit Malaysia 1.17 billion. Dividend, ringgit Malaysia 608 million. Raw water royalty, ringgit Malaysia 229 million. Interest income, ringgit Malaysia 250 million. Forestry receipt, ringgit Malaysia 65 million. Land premium, ringgit Malaysia 59 million. Federal grant and reimbursement, ringgit Malaysia 25 million. And other sources such as mining royalty, water sales, and land rent, ringgit Malaysia 137 million. Considering the challenging economic environment and geopolitical issues, they are influencing the oil and gas market globally, we foresee that our revenue projection this year would be impacted. As for expenditure 2025, as of April this year, ringgit Malaysia 3.68 billion, or 27% of approved ordinary expenditure has been expended, while ringgit Malaysia 1.44 billion, or 13%, has been expended for development expenditure. These expenditures are anticipated to increase in the later half of the year, coinciding with the progress of the program and project execution. Given that this year marked the end of 12 Malaysia Plan, it is imperative for all controlling officers and head of department to continue to be committed toward the successful delivery of program and project for which they are accountable and responsible. They must also be proactive in solving any issue related to project implementation. Dato' Amar Speaker, Sarawak Public Financial Management Transformation Program. I wish to enlighten this August House on the initiative undertaken by Sarawak Government toward enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of our financial management. Implementation of result-based budgeting. As Sarawak Government continues to strengthen its governance and public service delivery, the move toward result-based budgeting representing more than a budgeting reform. It reflects a deliberate focus on accountability, effectiveness, and meaningful impact of the people. With RBB set to roll out in 2026 under the 13 Malaysia Plan, effort to prepare for this transition continue to gain momentum in 2025. In January this year, the engagement session will held with all permanent secretaries, head of department, head of the state-owned enterprise. This session served to introduce the RBB concept and clarify their role in driving the initiative forward. As of May 2025, notable progress has been achieved. The inaugural result framework and monitoring and evaluation framework has been developed for all ministries, departments, local authorities, and selected statutory bodies and government-linked companies. This framework serves as the backbone for linking program to strategic priorities for assessing performance will be used as part of the preparation for the 2026 budget submission. In parallel, efforts are underway to digitalize the RBB process, a web-based platform designed to integrate planning, monitoring, and performance report will be deployed. This integrated management information system will enable real-time tracking of program outcome and also connect seamlessly with existing financial and project management system such as Sarawak Accounting System and the Integrated Project Management System. Once operational, it is expected to enhance data accuracy, streamline decision-making, and improve overall delivery of results. Looking ahead, the success of RBB hangs on a strong and coordinated effort across the public sector. As we gear up for its full implementation in 2026, full commitment, strong leadership of controlling officers and head of department are paramount. Their proactive involvement in RBB implementation are critical in fostering a culture of performance and accountability. thereby creating a more transparent, responsive, and result-driven public services. Transformation Program for Statutory Bodies and Government-Linked Companies. Now let me update this August House on the ongoing collaboration with the World Bank in reviewing and strengthening the existing regulatory and monitoring framework of our statutory bodies and government-linked companies, collectively known as state-owned enterprises. Translated Dr. Speaker, with the completion of Phase 1, which cover assessment on the existing governance framework of the SOEs, we are presently embarking on Phase 2 of the SOEs reform program. This program aims to enhancing the regulatory framework and ownership policy to a review of current law and regulation and establishment of SOE's corporate governance code. In addition, as part of our ongoing effort to enhance corporate governance for SOEs and improve monitoring and reporting structure, we have introduced the following major initiatives. 1. The Sarawak State-Owned Enterprise Monitoring System, Phase 1, which has been rolled out in December 2024. This system facilitates timely submission of account and corporate governance information, as well as quarterly financial and non-financial performance report of SOEs to the State Financial Authority. 2. A study of the proposed roadmap toward financial self-reliance and transformation of state statutory bodies and GLC for 2026-2030, which will commence soon. This initiative aims at enhancing the performance of statutory bodies and GLCs and developing a high-performance culture within their organization. Dato' Amar Speaker, Procurement Improvement Initiative, Bumiputra Contractor Development Program. As reported in the last Dewan sitting, we have been implementing program Contractor Berdaya Saing to develop a pool of capable and competitive Bumiputra contractors through their participation in government projects. The total number of PKBS participants selected under this program has now reached 456 contractors. In addition, we continue to implement various other entrepreneurship programs through collaboration with the relevant agencies as follows. 1. Program Peningkatan Usahawan Bumiputra. For the year 2024, 611 Bumiputra contractors and suppliers have received assistance valued at Ringgit Malaysia 307 million under this program. Verification and monitoring work are ongoing to ensure the success of the program. 2. Pusat Incubator and Bimbingan Usahawan. To date, 23 PIBUs are currently operating through Sarawak with 5,676 participants, while the 2 newly approved PIBUs in Bario and Beluru will begin operation in September and October this year, respectively. 3. Program Scheme Pembayaran Kontraktor Kecil. Under this scheme, 46 contractors has received financial assistance worth Ringgit Malaysia 5.8 million in 2024. As of April this year, Ringgit Malaysia 582,464 has been disbursed to 5 contractors. 4. Program Pembangunan Vendor Prabut Bumiputra. To date, a total of 34 Bumiputra furniture vendors has been appointed by STIDC for supply of furniture to government offices with a total contract of value of Ringgit Malaysia 5 million per year. With regard to Bumiputra contractor participation in state-funded project, for the first quarter of 2025, Ringgit Malaysia 1.09 billion, or 54% of total contract worth Ringgit Malaysia 2.02 billion, has been awarded to Bumiputra contractors. This reflects the government's unwavering commitment and effort to fostering and supporting Bumiputra contractors, enabling them to be more competitive and competent. Training and development program for Bumiputra contractors and suppliers encompassing competency, generic and online courses will continue to be implemented to fulfill industry need. In 2024, a total of 110 courses has been conducted, benefiting 4,730 participants, while as of first quarter this year, 17 training programs has been conducted, adding 1,662 participants. Translated to Speaker, a revision of current procurement policies and procedure for state-funded work, supply, and services. To enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of government procurement, we will revise the procurement policies and procedure for state-funded work, supplies, and services. The significant revision are as follows. 1. State Divisional Tender Board is now authorized to consider tender value up to ringgit Malaysia 10 million. 2. The State Central Tender Board is authorized to consider tender exceeding 10 million. 3. Ministries, departments, and agencies are granted the authority to appoint consultant for physical work on project with a value of up to 20 million. This revision, which aim to streamline the procurement processes and facilitate more efficient and effective implementation of state-funded projects, are timely in line with the rapid development taking place in Sarawak. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, Code of Ethics in State Government Procurement. Procurement remains one of the most critical components of public sector governance and is particularly vulnerable to moral lapse, including conflict of interest, excessive influence, and non-transparent decision-making. In response to these challenges, the state government has introduced the Code of Ethics in State Government Procurement. This code is developed to uphold the highest standard of integrity, transparency, and accountability among all stakeholders involved in the procurement process, including the state civil service, Sarawak government-linked companies, and bidders and suppliers. It embodies the government's firm commitment to the principle of good governance and at preventing malpractices, misconduct among government officers in procurement activities. State e-procurement system. The development of state e-procurement system is currently in progress. Stage 1, which covers development of e-direct purchase module, has been completed. Stage 2, which covers development of e-quotation, is currently ongoing. And Stage 3, which covers development of e-tender module, is scheduled to commence in the third quarter of 2025. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, issue raised by ahli-ahli yang berhormat. I would like to first thank beberapa ahli yang berhormat have raised some matters regarding Ministry of Finance. First, I would like to respond to issue raised ahli yang berhormat Batu Kitang dan ahli yang berhormat Tamin regarding the consultancy procurement process, professional fee, and industrial practices. We wish to clarify on the open tender system adopted Sarawak government, which seem to be viewed as encouraging professional fee undercutting. As we continue our commitment to excellence and transparency in public service delivery, I would like to take a moment to highlight the importance and the rationale behind the tendering processes, particularly in the procurement of consultancy services. First and foremost, the tendering process upholds the principle of transparency and fairness. It ensures that all eligible and qualified consultants have an equal opportunity to participate. Secondly, tendering allows the government to achieve value for money. It is not about selecting the lowest bidder, but rather about identifying the best overall proposal, one that offers the strongest technical approach at a reasonable and justifiable cost. This ensures the public funds are used wisely and effectively. Third, open tendering encourages innovation and continuous improvement. When consultants are invited to bid, they were motivated to present the best methodologies, technologies, and project insight. This raises the quality of service delivery and advances the standard of a built environment. Fourth, the tendering system supports the development of the local consulting fraternity. It provides opportunities for both experienced and emerging consultants to contribute to government projects. In some cases, it may encourage strategic partnership or joint venture that lead to knowledge sharing and capacity building across the sector. Fifth, from a governance perspective, the tendering process ensures accountability and auditability. Every step is documented and every decision is justified. Six, our tender system follows a two-envelope evaluation approach. First, the proposal was evaluated strictly, among others, on technical, merit, qualification, project methodology, and past performance. Only consultants who meet the technical standard or proceed to the next stage of evaluation. This mechanism ensures contracts are awarded based on consultant technical capability, not merely on the lowest quoted fee, as to ensure high quality consultancy services. 7. Our procurement practices are fully aligned with the state policies and legal framework, such as the Manual Perolehan Perkhidmatan Perunding Kerja Negeri Sarawak. This reflects our dedication to good governance, responsible expenditure, strategic development aligned with our broader development agenda. Through the tendering process, we open up opportunities to many qualified consultants instead of relying on the non-preferred provider. Since the process is legally binding, it protects both government interests and consultant rights. In essence, competitive bidding for consultancy services is deemed necessary to ensure fairness and high-quality consultancy outcome, particularly in large-scale projects. In conclusion, tendering process is not a mere administrative formality, it's a cornerstone of good governance, professional excellence, and fiscal responsibility. In fact, this practice is in line with the federal policy as outlined under Pekiling Perbandaran Malaysia PK 3.6 Kaedah Perolehan secara tender terbuka. Translate Dato' Ahmad Speaker on issue specific professional indemnity insurance requirement. This form of insurance is crucial to safeguard both the government and the public interest in the event of professional negligence. That said, we recognize the financial strain SPP1 may place on engineering consultant practices. Hence, to alleviate this burden, the government can consider alternative options by allowing consultants to use GP2, provided that the new project is included in existing policies and adequate coverage. 2. Coverage remain valid for at least 12 months post-defect liability period. And 3. Consultant submitted a declaration of oath guaranteeing sufficient protection. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, on the issue raised by Yang Berhormat Pertama concerning the 100 billion allocated for overseas travelling expenses, I wish to highlight that the overseas visit by ministers, including the use of chartered flight, are conducted in accordance with established guidelines under the State Secretary Office to ensure they are properly regulated and purposeful. All proposed overseas visits are subject to Cabinet approval, and ministers are required to report the outcome of such visit to the Cabinet. So this visit play a crucial role in strengthening bilateral relationship, attracting foreign investment, enhancing Sarawak global presence, benefit that extend beyond purely monetary value. Sarawak active participation in high-level international forum and engagement position the state as a proactive, forward-looking, and globally connected. Such mission also paved the way for strategic collaboration in key sectors such as renewable energy, hydrogen, aerospace, digital industries, and many more. Ultimately, they serve the long-term interests of the Rakyat by fostering innovation, securing investment, and building global partnership that supports Sarawak sustainable growth. Yang Berhormat dari Pertama is part of the federal government. I think he should take the opportunity to ask the federal ministers, including ministers from BAP, regarding the visit. Jadi jangan boleh orang Sarawak saja. Or do you want Sarawak to be backward? Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in conclusion, the GPS government will steadfastly pursue the goal of enabling Sarawak to progress and achieve greater success. It is essential that I will continue to work diligently to enhance our performance and maintain our resilience, strengthen Sarawak competitiveness amidst the current economic uncertainties. My sincere appreciation to Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker for your role in upholding the highest standard, order, and decorum throughout the proceeding. You have a tremendous stamina, standing here almost berapa jam. I also wish to acknowledge the hardworking work, commitment of Dewan staff and entire state civil service, ensuring the seamless execution of the Dewan sitting. Finally, I would like to wish all friend, a joyous and blessed Gawai Daya and Hari Raya Adil-Laha. May this festive season be filled with peace and harmony and unity. And on behalf of the Daya cabinet members, we're inviting all of you to an open house at BCCK on the 1st of June for the Gawai celebration. Thank you very much.
Ali and Muhammad, we have a break. Sitting resumes at 2:30 p.m.
ahli-ahli yang berhormat, dengan segala hormatnya saya menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Douglas Sugah, Timbalan Premier Menteri Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Pelabuhan untuk meneruskan ucapan pergolongan. Sekian.
Terima kasih, Datuk Seri Speaker. Singgah waterfront bersama teman, naik penambang ke seberang sungai, bermula dun dalam kesepakatan rakyat sejahtera, aman, damai. Tidak salah kita berangan janji sepakat membawa berkat. Giliran MIPD buat pengulungan, Sarawak mansang demi rakyat. Datuk Speaker, we feel deep sorrow over the passing of Tun Abdullah bin Ahmad Badawi, the 5th Prime Minister of Malaysia, so known as Pak Lah, who passed away on the 14th April 2025. Pak Lah served as the Prime Minister from 2003 to 2009, earning widespread respect as a reform-minded leader and strong advocate for anti-corruption reform. During his tenure, I had the honor of serving as Deputy Minister of Transport and later as Minister of Natural Resources and Environment. I fondly remember his steady leadership, integrity, deep commitment to public service. His passing is profound loss to the nation. Our heartfelt condolence go out to his family and loved ones. Datuk Speaker, I'd like to give heartiest congratulations to Yang Berhormat Premier Sarawak Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Zuhari bin Tun Datuk Abang Haji Openg on retaining your position as Yang Di-Pertua of Parti Persatuan Bumi Putera Bersatu Sarawak. Your re-election shows the strong support and trust, respect you have earned from PBB members, reflect the hope of the people of Sarawak for strong and visionary leadership. As Chairman of Gabungan Parti Sarawak, you have shown great insight, strength and commitment to protecting Sarawak right under the Malaysian Agreement 1963. Your leadership has helped advance Sarawak autonomy, preserve our resources and promote development for everyone in the state. You have driven Sarawak toward becoming a high-income, digital-ready economy through clear policies and a focus on people. You ensure that no one is left behind, particularly in rural areas. Your leadership brings unity, progress, representing the goal for all Sarawakian. Under your leadership, Sarawak will continue thriving in peace, harmony and prosperity. Datuk Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Yang Berhormat. I would like to congratulate you, Datuk Speaker, Adun N. 16 Maratuang, on your reappointment as Deputy Speaker of Sarawak State Legislative Assembly. 2, I wish to record my congratulations to Yang Berhormat Datuk Haji Ibrahim bin Baki Adun N. 61 on the appointment as Deputy Minister of Authority, Sarawak Energy Berhad and Petros. And 3, congratulations to Dr. Abdul Rahman Junaidi Adun N. 4 Pantai Damai on your appointment as Deputy Minister in Premier Department in charge of Project Coordinator for Regional Development Agencies, Kuching North City Commission in Islamic Affairs. Datuk Speaker, I wish to convey our utmost gratitude to Tuan Yang Utama, Tun Pehing Sri Dr. Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tunku Jafar for officiating the first meeting of the 4th session of the 19th Sarawak State Legislative Assembly on 19 May 2025. We extend our sincere appreciation to His Excellency for acknowledging the Sarawak government devoted commitment to development of basic infrastructure across Sarawak. We shall continue to uphold this commitment with diligence in all development project undertaking. Sarawak infrastructure development. Infrastructure development is not just about building roads and bridges. It remains the driving force for our socio-economic growth. It narrows the gap between the urban and rural areas, spurring our economy and uplifting the quality of life for our rakyat, ensuring no one is left behind. A philosopher once said, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." My ministry remains resolute to achieving this outcome through effective and strategic budget allocation, ensuring timely project management and delivery, state-funded project under State Development Fund. Dato' Speaker, as of April 2025, JKR Sarawak has dedicated to deliver 500 projects reaching an amount of ringgit Malaysia 42.24 billion under the 12th Malaysia Plan, which comprises 244 under development expenditure, 186 under Project Rakyat, 70 under alternative funding. This project covers 301 road project worth ringgit Malaysia 28.03 billion, 70 bridges worth ringgit Malaysia 5.76 billion, 104 building worth ringgit Malaysia 3.64 billion, 23 riverine structures worth ringgit Malaysia 4.242 billion, and 2 airport worth ringgit Malaysia 350.8 million. The status of this project are as follows: 218 has been completed, 122 are under construction, and 160 are at pre-contract stage. This marks an increase of 15 completed projects. Another 24 projects have commenced construction compared to the number of projects reported in the previous Dawn sitting. Such progress clearly reflects the Sarawak government's steadfast commitment in executing the projects which are fundamental to both economic growth and enhance the well-being of the rakyat. Construction of major bridges in Sarawak. The vast geography of Sarawak, with its wide rivers and remote rural areas, poses a significant challenge in our effort to develop Sarawak. Construction of bridges become absolutely necessary to improve our connectivity, to drive our economic development and access to essential services. Under the ascendancy of GPS government, we have allocated ringgit Malaysia 4.97 billion to construct 16 major bridges throughout Sarawak. As of today, 5 bridges have been completed and open to public. 1 Marudi Bridge, 2 Moralasa Bridge, 3 Bentulu Jepak Bridge, and 4 Batang Rajang Bridge, which is now known as Jambatan Tun Datuk Petinggi Tuanku Haji Pujang bin Tunku Haji Osman, and 5 Batang Seribas Bridge, which was undergone soft opening on the 25th of this month. 5 bridges expected to be completed this year: Sungai Lingga Bridge, Batang Kemena Bridge, Batang Igan Bridge, Sungai Limbang Bridge, and Batang Lupar 1 Bridge, which is the longest, it's going to be the longest bridge in Malaysia. River Bridge. 6 bridges are expected to be completed in 2026. 1 Batang Paloh, 2 Batang Lupar 2, 3 Sejingkat Bridge, 4 Batang Kerian Bridge, 5 Batang Seribas Bridge 2, and 6 Batang Remungan Bridge. The construction of these major bridges represent a significant advancement in providing connectivity in Sarawak. By 2026, all the major bridges will be completed to create seamless travel throughout Sarawak. Project under development agencies. To date, my ministry through JKR Sarawak is also tasked with implementing 481 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 3.39 billion under 5 development agencies: IRISDA, SADA, BDDA, RADA, and GKCDA. The status of this project as follows: 110 has been completed, 90 under construction, 281 are at pre-contract stage. A total of 41 projects are expected to be completed by this year, comprising 36 roads, 3 bridges, and 2 buildings. Maintenance of road in Sarawak. Translator Thomas Speaker, the Road Performance Index reflects the overall quality of our public road. At this juncture, our road performance index stands at 83.04%. We are taking steps to maintain the quality of our road by enhancing existing infrastructure to meet the demand of our community and addressing roads that are suffering severe deterioration. Currently, JKR Sarawak is actively maintaining road using funds from MARIS, Malaysian Road Record Information System. This year, ringgit Malaysia 500 million has been approved, of which an increase from ringgit Malaysia 495 million allocated last year. As such, I wish to assure Ahli Berhormat Paul Tanjung Batu and Tamin that JKR Sarawak is committed to continuously improving our road condition. Maintenance of ex-logging road. For the information of this August House, the 24-month pilot program for rural road maintenance in Baram area commenced in June 2024. In the first year of implementation, we addressed the local community need. However, as much as we want to accelerate this pilot program, we cannot ignore the fact that we are challenged by the existing locality and geographical constraint. For this reason, my ministry, together with JKR, is reviewing the implementation approach and strategy for this pilot program to improve its effectiveness in maintaining the ex-logging road. At the same time, JKR is now conducting feasibility studies on maintenance of rural road and the possibility of taking over inactive logging road and active logging road from the timber concessionaire. Emergency response work. Natural disaster pose a serious threat to infrastructure, often disrupting the movement of communities, affecting daily life, and hindering access to essential services. Realizing these challenges, the Sarawak government continues its effort to carry out this crucial emergency repair work to address such issues promptly. As of April 2022, a total of 103 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 167 million 167.52 million has been approved, demonstrating an increase of 28 projects compared to 75 projects reported in the last June. The status are as follows: 54 has been completed, 18 under construction, 31 at pre-contract stage. Furthermore, the Sarawak government also allocate funding for minor emergency infrastructure repair work under Minor Emergency Work Assistance Fund. To date, a total of 31 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 6.6 million has been successfully completed in 2024 and 2023. In addition, 48 new projects amounting to ringgit Malaysia 11.9 million were approved for 23 to 24 for implementation. For the information of Ahli Berhormat for Tebeduk, the Sarawak government has approved an additional 100 million to meet the cost of rehabilitating all the damaged infrastructure caused by the northeast monsoon flood. These proactive efforts are paramount not only for restoring connectivity but also for ensuring the safety and well-being of the affected population. Federal funded project under AP 182. JKR had been recognized as a technical department under AP 182 in the year 2023 by federal government to implement federal project costing 50 million and below. At present, JKR is implementing 213 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 3.29 billion. This includes 77 projects that was approved under Rolling Plan 5 recently. The status of this project are as follows: 7 has been completed, 22 under construction, and 194 are at pre-contract stage. Out of these 184 projects are pre-contract stage, 103 are in preliminary stage, 45 are in design, 12 in document tender preparation, 11 are in tender, 1 is facing land issue, and 12 awaiting notice of change approval. Trans-Borneo Highway. The Miri section is currently in design stage and is expected to be finalized by the second quarter of 2025. Meanwhile, the procurement proposal for Limbang and Lawas section has been submitted to the Ministry of Work, Malaysia, for approval by Lembaga Perolehan. The Miri section is expected to be tendered third quarter of 2025, while the Limbang and Lawas section are expected to be awarded in first quarter of 2026. Sabah Sarawak Sabah Link Road. As of April 2025, SSR Phase 1 has achieved a physical progress of 52.27% and is scheduled for completion by fourth quarter of 2026. For SSLR Phase 2, construction work have commenced across all packages involving site clearing, earthwork and drainage work. As of April 2025, our overall physical progress stands at 0.93% and is expected to be completed by the third quarter of 2029. A rural road and bridge project under the Kementerian Kemajuan Desa dan Wilayah. Thus far, KKDW has approved a total of 131 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 7.92 billion as compared to 107 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 6.73 billion reported in the previous June sitting. These 7 projects have recently approved under Rolling Plan 5. The status of this project are as follows. 15 has been completed, 33 are under construction, and 73 at a pre-contract stage. In addition, between November 2024 to April 2025, JKR Sarawak has awarded 17 projects to successful contractors for commencement of work. Abandoned logging road. Transit Dato' Mas Speaker, KKDW has approved a total of ringgit Malaysia 988.16 million for upgrading the 11 abandoned logging road project, and the status are as follows. 1 has been completed, 7 under construction and 3 at pre-contract stage. Improvement of Jiwo Murni Road. The federal government has allocated ringgit Malaysia 84.05 million to further improve 4 Jiwo Murni Road. As of today, 2 roads has been completed as compared to 1 reported last June sitting. The second completed road is Jalan Kuala Mendalam ke Muruyu dan Kampung Kerangan Ma Limbang. The remaining 2 are 75.98% for Jalan Rumah 1 Kuala Mendalam Limbang and expected to be completed by second quarter of 2025. 74.7% for Jalan dari Baklalan ke Simpang Bario expected to be completed by fourth quarter of 2025. Port development. Sarawak, with its strategic location in Southeast Asia and abundant natural resources, stand to benefit greatly from adopting a more extensive free trade zone model. A compelling example of free trade zone success is Jebah Ali in United Arab Emirates. The establishment of a well-integrated free trade zone combined with the modern port infrastructure has produced transformative economic outcome. In 2024, Jebah Ali recorded 15.5 million TEUs, marking a 7% year-to-year increase from 2023, an extraordinary leap from just 35,000 TEUs prior to free trade zone inception. This remarkable growth is directly linked to the success of Jebah Ali Free Zone, which have evolved over the past 40 years from the 19 founding companies in 1985 to thriving base of more than 11 businesses from 157 companies, including 100 Fortune 500 companies, underscoring its global appeal. The seamless integration between Jebah Ali Free Zone and Jebah Ali Port has created a highly efficient logistic and industrial ecosystem, significantly enhancing trade facilitation, operational efficiency, and foreign investment. Today, this ecosystem contributed approximately 36% of Dubai GDP, demonstrating its central role in driving economic diversification and long-term competitiveness. The Sarawak Port Master Plan. Dato' Speaker, the Sarawak Port Master Plan is a transformative vision for Sarawak future, a vision where our ports are not merely point of transit, but a powerful engine of economic growth, enabling Sarawak to become a gateway to Greater Borneo and the region and the world, filling the aspiration of our people. Our overarching goal is clear: to establish a modern, efficient, and integrated port system which is globally competitive and fully aligned with our PCDS 2030. Dato' Speaker, this plan will achieve this by 4 main drivers, namely streamlining governance, modernizing and developing port and free trade zone infrastructure, driving economic diversification, enhancing connectivity, while ensuring that the plan is financially viable, environmentally sustainable, but more importantly, attractive to investor partner and ambitious foreign investor. In essence, Sarawak Port Master Plan marked an historic first transformative initiative that positions Sarawak as a key player in global trade and logistics. More than just a development blueprint, it's a game changer for Sarawak economic trajectory, laying the foundation for sustainable growth that goes beyond reliance on natural resources. By strengthening our port infrastructure and connectivity, we are creating new opportunities for business, empowering local industries, opening Sarawak to the world. The change of status of Bintulu Port from federal port to the state port, despite the complex challenges inherent in such a major undertaking, I am pleased to inform this august House that the change of the status of Bintulu Port from federal to state jurisdictions is now in final negotiation stage, with full transfer anticipated within the year. Updated on the Sarawak Port Authority. With the passage of Sarawak Port Authority Ordinance in May 2024, the Sarawak government has been progressing toward the operationalization of the single port authority, Sarawak Port Authority, and regulatory jurisdiction over port activity in Sarawak. Concurrently, the corporatization of existing port authorities as a successor companies at each port to manage port asset and operation is undertaken in tandem with the State Financial Secretary Office. This exercise is expected to conclude by fourth quarter of 2025. Updated on Tanjung Bang Deep Sea Port. The technical and economic feasibility study for Tanjung Bang Deep Sea Port is in progress, which includes site investigation, biometric survey, tidal observation, sea current movement, soil investigation, and environmental impact assessment. These assessments are crucial to determine the port design, engineering parameters, long-term sustainability, and financial viability of the development. Meanwhile, Petros is currently undertaking an integrated master plan to ensure coordination across all components, including port infrastructure, energy system, carbon capture, and industrial layout. Petros is also in process of engaging qualified international technical consultant to lead the development of the Kuching Low Carbon Hub KLCH Master Plan. Capital dredging and associate work in Kuala Baram Miri. Dredging and associate work at Batang Baram Delta is being undertaken by Miri Port Authority to reinvigorate Miri as a strategic gateway for the northern region of Sarawak, a relative dead sea port with drought of 5 meters. This Ringgit Malaysia 208.9 million project was awarded May 2024. Construction officially commenced in June, expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2027. The current progress is ahead of schedule with physical progress of 10.7%. Dato' Speaker, allow me to update August House on the performance of Sarawak Major Port. I will focus on the port performance 2024 based on two key indicators, throughput and port profitability. Kuching Port, the cargo port increased by 7.7% to 9.99 million ton. Rajang Port increased by 4.6% to 1.48 million ton. Miri Port increased by 4% to 3.28 million ton. Tanjung Manis Port increased by 6.3% to 1.03 million ton. Finally, Semelaju Port cargo throughput increased by 22.5% to 6.85 million ton. The port profitability are as follows. Kuching Port achieved 38% increase to Ringgit Malaysia 16.16 million. Rajang Port record a 3.5% increase to Ringgit Malaysia 6.21 million. Miri Port recorded 9.6% increase to Ringgit Malaysia 4.88 million. Tanjung Manis Port recorded a reduced deficit of 24% to Ringgit Malaysia 5.14 million. Semelaju Port, however, recorded a reduced deficit of 83.57% to Ringgit Malaysia 0.47 million. Overall, the cargo throughput and port profitability all go well on both fronts in 2024. Intensifying digital transformation. Leveraging digital solution is now critical in boosting operational efficiency, strengthening safety measures, and supporting long-term sustainability in port and infrastructure development in line with Sarawak commitment under PCDS 2030. Relative to the digitalization of port, Kuching Port completed the electronic convoy note management system, which will be fully implemented by July 2025. It is expected to increase the port productivity by up 50%. Semblaju Port has implemented a number of advanced digital initiatives, including port operation system, smart barrier gate system, and autonomous nested drone system. On infrastructure digitalization, to ensure the efficiency and effective delivery of service, JK Sarawak is taking proactive measure by introducing the Building Information Modeling Unit on 20th January 2025. Currently, there are 43 projects utilizing BIM, 38 are building project, and 5 road projects. Regional development, GPS constantly empowered local community via bottom-up approach to narrow the gap between the urban and rural areas. This approach is being executed to various government agencies. Allow me to update us on these regional agencies. 1. Upper Rajang Development Agencies. Since 2018, Upper Rajang has been instrumental in transforming Upper Rajang region. A total of 39 infrastructure and 4 non-physical projects has been committed. Of these, 13 infrastructure and all non-physical initiatives, including master plan for Kapit, Bakun, and Blaga, has been completed. 14 projects are under construction, 12 are under pre-contract stage. Highland Development Agency, Datuk Speaker, is currently responsible for overseeing 43 projects, value at ringgit Malaysia 1.5 billion, which include road, bridge construction, water supply, and electricity provision. To that, 16 projects has been completed, 15 under construction, 12 are at pre-contract stage. A major milestone is a Meri Merudi, Meri Mulu, Kuala Melinau, and Long Panai and Long Lama, which is scheduled to commence construction work in 4th quarter of 2025. This 142-kilometer road includes 9 major bridges, 14 minor bridges, 9 spur road, and a total of length of 33 kilometers. Tuan Sri Dr. Mas Speaker, BDDA Betong Development Agencies, BDDA plays a significant role in planning and implementation of 419 projects amounting to ringgit Malaysia 1.41 billion in the region. The project include 1. Infrastructure development, 99 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 664.89 million. Social and welfare women affair development, 49 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 248.72 million. Third, agriculture and food industry development, 215 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 208.07 million. Business, industrial and entrepreneurship development, 29 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 133.14 million. Tourism and environmental development, 11 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 116.4 million. And utility and telecommunication development, 16 projects worth ringgit Malaysia 42.25 million. The progress is as follows: 72 has been completed, 25 under construction, and 321 are at pre-contract stage. Dato' Ahmad Speaker, now I'm touching on a department which come under my portfolio purview. Unit for the religion. In 2025, Unit 4 was allocated a total grant of 110 million to House of Worship and Mission School, on which 90 million allocated for construction, repair and upgrading House of Worship, and 20 million was allocated for Mission School. Under Phase 1 this year, 64 applications by House of Worship amounting to 16.72 million has been approved and scheduled for disbursement soon. As for Mission School, the application for fund assistance was closed on 5th May 2025. Once the application was processed, the fund assistance will be disbursed. I'd like to report that starting this year, Unit 4 has initiated a collaboration with Jabatan Kerja Raya Sarawak. This partnership is aimed at strengthening Unit 4 technical capacity in evaluating grant application, particularly in verifying amount requested in the proposed work scope. This estimate ensures that approval are both reasonable and aligned with the actual need of House of Worship. The financial assistance for house of worship and mission school reflect the government dedication in ensuring proper physical development of religious institutions and promotion of inclusivity. I take this opportunity to address the issue raised by Ali Yang Muhammad for Kelakar regarding fund allocation for Buddhist and Christian house of worship in Kelakar constituency. For the year 2020 to 2024, Unifor has allocated ringgit Malaysia 710,000 to 3 house of worship in Dun 38 Kelakar, with disbursement already made at the following house of worship. Persatuan Agama Buddha, 2 grant was given, Gereja 7-Day Adventist, Ruban, and Gereja Full Gospel Sarawak, Jangan Seratok. This contribution reflects our ongoing commitment to supporting religious community across Sarawak. I wish to call upon people of Sarawak, regardless of race and religion, to continue upholding, nurturing the value of tolerance, acceptance, and mutual respect. For fostering an environment of peace and harmony, we lay a foundation for realizing Sarawak collective development aspiration. State Disaster Management Committee. I would like now to update on State Disaster Management Committee measures undertaken by Sarawak government to prepare community for any future natural disaster. The Northeast Monsoon 2024-2025 began from 5th November 2024 until 25th March 2025. During this period, Sarawak experienced major flood and landslide. A total of 101 temporary evacuation centers was activated to provide shelter for 5,037 head of household and their families displaced by flood and landslide. The bantuan wang isan of 1,000 per head household provided by National Disaster NADMA has been fully disbursed with a total amount of ringgit Malaysia 5.04 million. In addition, the Sarawak Welfare Department essential item to evacuate at the temporary evacuation center. As it is with sympathy, I would like to inform that this August House that during Northwest Monsoon, 6 lives was tragically lost. 5 were due to landslide in Kampung Lereng Bukit Miri and 1 because of drowning during flood in Bentulu. Each bereaved family has received bantuan wang hisan kematian of ringgit Malaysia 10,000. On behalf of the Sarawak government, I extend our heartfelt condolences to affected family. On behalf of the Sarawak government, I would like to express appreciation to our Prime Minister for allocating 10 million ringgit to disaster public infrastructure damage by recent disaster. We also delegated for the 2.8 million bantuan hisan, which is providing financial assistance to affected household. We also convey our appreciation for 10 million contribution from Yang Amat Premier and then another 100 million for the rehabilitating of the infrastructure facilities. Belly Bridge for emergency response in Sarawak. NADMA has allocated 1 belly bridge to Sarawak government for urgent use in replacing the bridge that collapsed due to natural disaster. This bridge has been designed. Installation at Sungai Baleh, Lombangak Miri, expected to be completed by the end of 2025. Financial aid for home fire victim, Batuan Hisan Kebakaran Rumah. From November 2024 until May 2025, a total of 37 families have been approved for Bantuan Hisan Kebakaran Rumah, amounting to Malaysia 2.3 million. This financial support is crucial for helping fire victims to rebuild their home, ensuring safety shelter, ensuring stability in their families. Southwest Monsoon 2025. The Malaysian Meteorological Department has declared the onset of Southwest Monsoon from 10 May to September 2025, marked by the consistent presence of south-westerly wind against the region. While during this period, the weather is very dry, Sarawak, particularly the northern region, at the same time, we are expecting occasional rainfall and thunderstorm. The Divisional Disaster Management Committee, especially those overseeing high-risk hotspot area, are urged to remain on high alert and maintain a high level of operational readiness in view of the potential impact of prolonged dry weather. The DMC must also be prepared to activate the operation room immediately should conditions escalate. All relevant agencies are likewise expected to ensure full preparedness to mitigate risks and minimize the impact on affected communities. I strongly urge the public to exercise heightened vigilance during this dry weather. The prevalent hot and dry condition may lead to haze and significantly increase risk of fire outbreak, particularly in fire-prone area. Public are strongly advised to refrain from form of open burning, as it may trigger uncontrollable fires and severe deteriorate air quality. We also like to record our appreciation to all the government agencies that have been helping us in responding to all this disaster. Their dedication and commitment were instrumental in safeguarding the well-being affected communities during this challenging time. Dato' Speaker, I'm now replying to issues raised by ahli-ahli yang berhormat. I'd like to record our appreciation to ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang telah memberi pandangan dan cadangan mengenai beberapa perkara berkaitan dengan kementerian saya. Over the past week, first, I'd like to respond to ahli yang berhormat for UPAR on the proposed upgrading of Jalan Kedai Sedaing, Jalan Biawak is awaiting notice of change approval from the federal government. In response to the concern of ahli yang berhormat for Pelagus, the proposed construction of ferry ramp and approach road in Nanga Tuli and Nanga Melipis are currently in process of issuing letter of award, expected to commence by the third quarter 2025. The project for membina jalan dari Jalan Melekun ke Sungai Kebiu, Sungai Sud Fasa 1 is currently under tender evaluation. The proposed construction of Bukit Guram to Kapit Song Road is under design stage. I wish to update Yang Berhormat Prodaro for project membina jalan Rumah Jingga, Debit Multifarm, Rumah Sli, Rumah Geng, Rumah Singkat, Sungai Lengan, bagian Sibu, Sarawak is currently under tender evaluation. For the information of Yang Berhormat dari Tebeduk, Jalan Serian Tebeduk is currently under design stage, and for the proposed Jalan Temong, Darul Iman, Darul Felah, Darul Huda, Katepoi, the letter of acceptance is expected to be issued in June 2025. I wish also update ahli yang berhormat pengemah for construction of Jalan Ngungun, Nanga Nirok, Nanga Jagau. Construction comprises of two phases. Phase 1 implemented by Recorder. This section is from Nanga Bat to Nanga Perak, currently at 69.3% completion. Phase 2 implemented by JKR. This section are also divided into two, Nanga Ngungun to Nanga Bat and Nanga Perak to Nanga Jagau. Both are expected to be tendered in third quarter 2025. For the information of ahli yang berhormat for Meluan, JKR Sarawak is in the process of appointing consultant for proposed jalan fasa 2 Patu Rantau Limau dari Nengan Tabai ke Rumah Pengulu Kiro Rantau Limau. To update ahli yang berhormat for Batang Maro, the letter of award for Jalan Penghubung Desa Batang Maro project has been issued in April 2025. On the statement made by ahli yang berhormat Langhusan regarding the proposed route alignment, which suggesting to shift the route from Long Lama, Long Panai to Long Lama, Long Bidian, Long Atip, Long Terawan alignment, Recorder take note of this proposal and will undertake feasibility study. In response to Yang Berhormat from Pedungan, JKR is studying two options to ease the traffic congestion along the new Stutong Link Road. These include option 1, constructing a flyover which may cost up to Ringgit Malaysia 200 million. Option 2, to build a traffic light control junction which may cost up to Ringgit Malaysia 90 million. Both options include the construction of junction improvement at Stutong roundabout near 1 TJ ICT shopping complex, reinforced concrete bridge approximately 90 meters, the upgrading of existing road to a dual carriageway approximately 2 kilometers, a possible land acquisition, and a relocation of authority. At this stage, the options are still under detailed study, particularly to assess traffic impact on surrounding area such as Jalan Tebuan, Jalan Stutong, Jalan Setiaraja, Jalan Stutong Baru leading to Kuching International Airport. With regard to the cost justification, please be informed that the project cost was determined based on overall scope of work determined by 1, Value Assessment Committee, chaired by the Economic Planning Unit Director. 2. The Value Engineering Committee, chaired by JKR. The project cost will then be examined by Technical Committee, chaired by the Deputy Director of JKR. Financial Evaluation Committee, chaired by the Quantity Surveyor of JKR. Then scrutinized by Management Technical Evaluation Committee, chaired by Director of JKR. The estimate cost was derived using a systematic unit rate method, which employs a structure formula incorporating bill of quantities and the current unit rate as stipulated in JKR schedule of rate. This approach ensures consistent transparency and standardizing in pricing. And if any young berhormat like to study the bill of quantities, it is on sale by JKR. So I encourage ahli yang berhormat Perpedungan to consider familiarizing himself with basic mathematical or cost estimation principle to better understand how the figure are calculated to avoid making unnecessary allegation in this august house. Road upgrading. For the information of ahli yang berhormat for Talian, here is the update on the project of your concern. The pemindahan Jalan Talian Bypass Muka is currently 3.14%, 3.14% ahead of schedule. Letter of award for naik taraf Jalan Ulu Sekat Sebakong Fase 2 issued in May 2025. Alternative access road to Petanak scheme is currently undergoing tender evaluation. The tender document for Jalan Nengah Bawah ke Ulu Bawah Darat construction is currently being prepared for retender. The bridge, for the information of ahli yang berhormat, for Kelakar, the proposed construction of Tanjung Kalimah Pagan, which is actually Sungai Krian, is expected to be tendered by the end of 2025. Mengenai Medan flyover in Tanjung Batu, is in progress, expected to be completed in fourth quarter 2026. On the ferry ram for Ngemah, construction ferry ram Sedaya is in progress, expected to be completed second quarter 2026. So for mention ahli yang berhormat for Talian, the proposed RC commercial wharf in Muka expected to be tendered in fourth quarter 2025. I wish to update ahli yang berhormat for Murum on the status of the following project. 1. Cadangan pembinaan baru pejabat pentadbiran daerah kecil Sungai Asap currently under tender closing on 4 June 2025. 2. Stesen pertanian Tegulang, stesen pertanian Matalun are currently under planning stage. Cadangan projek bekalan air di Long Urun and cadangan projek bekalan air Terawat Lusung Laku currently under tender stage. Jalan pertanian ke Lot Pertanian BRS Sungai Asap Fase 2 currently under design stage. Cadangan Balai Bomba BRS Sungai Asap is currently under tender documentation stage, expected to be tendered by 2025. For the information of your berhormat from Kabong, for the slope failure Rumah Panjang Jackson Iri in Ulu Ruban and the Sekolah Kebangsaan St. Paul Ruban, immediate action will be taken on. For the road maintenance near Kabong to Ruban, JKF instructed the appointed service provider to take action in the road to repair the road. Sabah Sarawak Link Road. Formation yang berhormat for Baklalan regarding issue concerning land and property along HSLR alignment, JKR Sarawak is currently reviewing the matter and will take opportunity action to resolve it accordingly. My ministry recognizes the importance of all the requests for ahli-ahli yang berhormat with regard to the need either to request for new road, upgrading and rehabilitation of infrastructure in their respective constituency. In respective of effective and efficient road maintenance, JKR has appointed 7 service providers to maintain both state and federal road. We welcome and appreciate feedback provided by ahli-ahli yang berhormat concerning the performance and the reliability of this service provider. For the requests of proposed related to bridges, road including access road, roundabout, junction, overhead bridges, raised by ahli yang berhormat for Krian, Upar, Pelagus, Bukit Semuja, Baleh, Balingian, Batu Kitang, Macan, Ketibas, Tamin, Ngemah, Meluan, Lingga, Semujan, Bukit Bangunan, Batu Danau, Klerin, Beting Maro, I wish to acknowledge the proposal my ministry will study it. Dato' Mas Speaker, I wish to congratulate Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Dato' Petinggi Tan Sri Abang Jo on the successful signing of the joint declaration between Yang Amat Berhormat Premier and Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister of Malaysia on Petros and Petronas issue. This is indeed a momentous achievement which reflects Yang Amat Berhormat Premier's steadfast leadership, strategic vision, and unwavering commitment to advancing Sarawak economic interests. It marks a significant milestone in strengthening Sarawak's position and fostering sustainable growth. Dato' Speaker, we pledge our unwavering support of the stand by Yang Amat Berhormat Premier on this issue. That is in accordance with Sarawak State Law, the constitutional spirit of Malaysian Agreement 1963. Petros has a right to be appointed as the sole aggregator in Sarawak. Legal right, this is not merely a policy preferences, it is our inalienable right under the Sarawak legal framework. Our position is grounded on oil mining ordinance, intergovernmental committee report, and most importantly, the Malaysian agreement. This law and agreement reaffirm Sarawak jurisdiction over natural resources, including oil and gas. We are not overstepping, we are acting within our legal limit. Petros is more than just a company. It is a torchbearer, economic vehicle, a symbol of Sarawak self-determination. Its leadership consists of highly competent Sarawakian professionals with vast experience in the oil and gas sector. These individuals are not driven by profit, by purpose, to serve Sarawak interests, to manage our resources responsibly, and to ensure that the benefit shared by all Sarawakians. Dato' Speaker, I urge all parties, wherever you are, not to politicize this Petronas issue. Respect the law. Understand this move is reasonable, legitimate, and made in the interest of Sarawak long-term development. This is not a competition. It's about partnership and progress for Sarawak and Malaysia. To those who disagree or feel that Sarawak is asking for too much, let me say this. Do not misinterpret our intention. We are not here to deprive anyone. We want Malaysia to succeed together. We are committed to the spirit of the Federation, and we believe in a shared prosperity where no one is left behind. We also express our appreciation to the federal government, especially Yang Amat Berhormat the Prime Minister, for his willingness to engage us constructively. The recent signing of the understanding between PMAC and our Premier shows collaboration and mutual respect can lead to a win-win outcome. We also envision Malaysia where all regions prosper equally, where regional imbalances are addressed, where Sarawak can stand shoulder to shoulder with more developed states. Let us grow and prosper as one nation, united not just by law, but by shared hopes and dreams. We are not demanding, we are not dividing, we are lifting ourselves. Therefore, Dato' Mas Speaker, I call upon all Sarawakians, including two of our friends across our political differences, to unite and support our Yang Amat Berhormat Premier, Dato' Petinggi Tan Sri Abang Jo, in his mission to defend and protect Sarawak right. We stand with you, sir, and you will never walk alone. Tolong, join us. Dato' Speaker, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, that is out of order, for your exceptional leadership in steering proceeding of the esteemed August House, and for your stamina. You still look very young. Additionally, I have grateful appreciation to unwavering commitment to all Ali Yang Berhormat, both my Deputy Minister and the two Deputy Ministers, agencies under my ministry, Sarawak Civil Servant, media for your invaluable effort in ensuring the seamless conduct of this session. Nagawa is approaching. I would like to wish everyone celebrating the festival selamat Hari Gawai Daya. Gayu guru gerai nyamai lantang senang, ngunon meno bersatu. Let us join the celebration Majlis Rumah to buka Gawai Daya on 1st of June at Borneo Convention Center Kuching. We also invite 2 DAP Dun here. I hope please do come. I hope you know where BCCK is. And to our Muslim friend, selamat Hari Raya Aidil Adha. Wishing you and your family a meaningful and memorable Al-Adha celebration filled with faith, hope and love. I got ada 2-3 pantun kat sini. Minyak Petros Belon Air Borneo. Afin Bank juga milik Sarawak. Sarawak tuntut bukan main-main. Oh, selagi belum dapat, selagi gasak. Mencari undang, you know what is gasak? Mencari undang di Sungai Alit, singgah di gedung beli cucuk. Permi Abang Jo pandai cari duit, Sarawak maju, rakyat makmur. Selamat undang gulai petai, makai ngawasi cukup nyamai. Hari Gawai dekat datai, gayu guru gerai nyamai. Thank you.
Yang Muhammad, dengan segala hormatnya saya menjemput Yang Amat Muhammad Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Zuhari Bintun Datuk Abang Haji Openg, Premier Sarawak, Menteri Keuangan dan Ekonomi Baru, Menteri Sumber Asli dan Pembangunan Bandar, dan Menteri Tenaga dan Kelestarian Alam Sekitar untuk menyampaikan ucapan penggulungan.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Terlebih dulu saya mengucap setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Tuan Yang Pertama Yang di-Pertua Negeri Sarawak atas ucapan pembukaan persidangan Mesyuarat Pertama Bagi Penggal Keempat Dewan Undangan Negeri Sarawak ke-19. Saya juga merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Tuan Yang Terutama Tun Bin Sri atas ucapan yang penuh wawasan dan semangat menyahut saranan Tuan Yang Terutama. Kerajaan Sarawak kekal komited memperkukuh daya tahan dengan mempelbagaikan sektor ekonomi. Pada masa yang sama, penyertaan aktif sektor swasta dan rakyat akan terus digalakkan, termasuk dalam industri minyak dan gas melalui kerjasama strategik Petros and Petronas. Kerajaan turut berpegang teguh pada prinsip memelihara perpaduan dan kestabilan negeri dengan menghormati kepelbagaian agama dan budaya rakyat Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, saya juga ingin turut serta merakamkan ucapan takziah kepada keluarga almarhum Tun Abdul Ahmad Badawi, mantan Perdana Menteri Malaysia yang kelima yang telah kembali ke rahmatullah pada 14 April 2025 bersamaan dengan 15 Syawal 1446 Hijrah. Marilah kita bersama-sama memanjatkan doa agar roh almarhum dicucuri rahmat oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala dan ditempatkan dalam kalangan orang-orang yang beriman dan beramal soleh. Saya turut menzahirkan ucapan takziah kepada keluarga mendiang Dato' Amal Dominic Andrew Datuk Randan, mantan ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri bagi kawasan Ulu Sadong dan juga bekas ahli Parlimen Syarian. Semoga roh mendiang bersemadi dengan tenang dan damai. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, saya menghargai dan berterima kasih kepada ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang telah mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan serta menyatakan sokongan terhadap rang undang-undang yang telah dibentangkan, iaitu 1. Supplementary Supply 2024 Bill 2025, 2. Supplementary Supply 2025 Bill 2025, 3. Sarawak Biodiversity Centre Amendment Bill 2025, 4. Land Code Amendment Bill 2025, 5. Local Authorities Amendment Bill 2025 dan 6. Infrastructure Development Trust Fund Dissolution Bill 2025. Dalam ucapan pengulangan saya pada petang ini, macam biasa, saya tidak akan menyentuh perkara-perkara yang telah pun dijawab oleh ahli-ahli kabinet yang lain. Sebaliknya, saya ingin berkongsi berkenaan hala tuju dan strategi pembangunan rancangan Malaysia ke-13 Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, global uncertainties. We are navigating an era of global uncertainties, and Sarawak is not spared. A rising tide of nationalism now overshadows decades of international cooperation and multilateralism. Around the world, geopolitical stability is under threat. Wars persist in Gaza and Ukraine. Civil unrest continues in Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, and Myanmar, where tensions escalate between India and Pakistan and across the Taiwan Strait. The growing trade war triggered by US tariffs has made the global economy more uncertain. As a result of recent developments, the World Trade Organization has revised its global trade forecast for 2025 from a growth rate of 2.7% to a contraction of 0.2%. Underscoring a weakening global economy, particularly in North America and Asia. Given the current global context, Sarawak must remain steadfast to ensure that our economy continues to prosper. The Liberation Day tariffs imposed by the United States have minimal direct impact on Sarawak since they are not one of our main trading partners. In 2023, Sarawak's export to the US were worth 1.2 billion ringgit, which makes up 0.9% of our total exports. However, we are affected by the spillover effects of global trade tension, the rise in US tariffs, and higher than expected oil production from OPEC countries have caused oil prices to drop to about USD $65 per barrel between April and May 2025. This fall in oil prices has a direct impact on Sarawak's income, especially from our oil and gas sector. Current projections estimate that oil prices will average USD $66 per barrel in 2025 and USD $59 per barrel in 2026. While the outlook remains cautious, I am confident that oil prices will gradually recover as global demand improves. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, amidst these global uncertainties, one matter remained resolutely certain: the Sarawak government's commitment towards achieving economic prosperity, social inclusivity, and environmental sustainability under the post-COVID-19 development strategy PCDS 2030. At this point, it is even more imperative and urgent for us to strategically diversify into new economy areas. Sarawak can no longer rely solely on a few sectors or a small number of trade partners. We must go against the tide of self-serving nationalism by building bridges with our neighbors, boosting domestic trade within Malaysia, and strengthening regional cooperation within ASEAN and the wider Asia-Pacific region, as well as exploring new markets in Europe and Africa. Just last month, I had the honor of receiving a courtesy call from the Parliamentary Committee delegation from the European Free Trade Association representing Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. The delegates expressed keen interest in Sarawak's efforts in sustainability and green energy, especially in our pioneering work in algae production. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, early this month, I led a state delegation to the UK, where we engaged with global investors through the Sarawak Connects event in London, reaffirming that Sarawak is open for business. The event brought together over 100 international participants, including representatives from global corporations, financial institutions, consultancies, and trade councils. The high-level discussion, bilateral meetings, and networking opportunities promoted Sarawak's investment landscape and sustainable development initiative. In this forum, I highlighted Sarawak's strong fundamentals, including political stability, a long-term development roadmap, and consistent policies that encourage investment in renewable energy, the digital economy, and carbon storage. I also took the opportunity to address our fellow Sarawakians living abroad at the inaugural Lan Berambih London. Being with our talented students and young professionals, I felt encouraged and energized by the strong sense of pride and purpose they hold for Sarawak. A series of engagements were held as part of our broader effort to connect with our global talent pool and encourage them to return home and contribute to nation building. Their international experience, skills, and perspective are valuable assets that will support Sarawak's journey towards becoming a thriving, knowledge-driven, and inclusive economy. Positioning Sarawak as a semiconductor hub. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, the State of the Semiconductor Industry Report, published in November 2024, reported that the global semiconductor market is projected to exceed USD $1 trillion by 2030, driven by demand in artificial intelligence, AI, electric vehicles, Internet of Things, and 5G communication. I am confident that Sarawak is well positioned to play a key role in the booming semiconductor industry, especially given the context of the chip war between the US and China. The US has restricted China's access to advanced chips and chip-making tools, while China is retaliating by investing heavily in domestic chip capabilities and reducing dependence on foreign technology. This chip war has resulted in global players such as Intel, TSMC, and Samsung reacting to diversify production to Southeast Asia, India, Europe, and the US, marking a strategic shift from concentrated manufacturing to geopolitically stable and neutral regions. Thus, it is timely that we have established the Semiconductor Strategic Framework to position Sarawak as a high-value semiconductor hub in the region. Our vision is clear: to make Sarawak a competitive, resilient, and future-ready player in the global semiconductor industry. This framework will drive investment across the entire semiconductor value chain, boosting Sarawak GDP by attracting high-impact investment, fostering innovation, and building a talent-driven ecosystem for industrial transformation. Tan Sri Datuk Amar Speaker, last month in Newport, Cardiff, I unveiled Ketek AI, the world's first Edge AI power converter. The world's first Edge AI power converter prototype developed by Anak Sarawak through a collaboration between Sarawak Microelectronic Design SMD and the UK CSA Catapult. This cutting-edge device is a breakthrough solution in correcting faults in power system in real time. It will change how decentralized embedded AI is used to make machines smarter and more efficient, especially in tasks that require speed, stability, and autonomous control. The visit also marked 1 year since the signing of the Sarawak-UK Semiconductor Memorandum of Understanding. Actually, Datuk Amar Speaker, this project was also backed by the British government. The unveiling of Ketek AI is a clear outcome of that collaboration, demonstrating how international partnership can translate into tangible technological advancement. SMD is now focused on advancing Ketek AI to commercial readiness ensuring it meets the highest standards of performance and reliability. This milestone reflects Sarawak's growing capabilities in delivering high-impact, industry-ready innovations. We are also initiating the process of intellectual property IP registration to protect the core innovations and proprietary algorithms behind KETEC AI, ensuring legal safeguards and establishing KETEC AI as a global game changer in AI-driven semiconductor design. Collectively, this bold initiative will propel Sarawak towards becoming a semiconductor hub. New policies and initiatives on energy. Tan Sri Datuk Mas Speaker, energy security is a cornerstone of Sarawak's ambition for rapid and inclusive economic development. As our population and businesses grow, energy demand becomes more and more critical, where we must ensure a reliable, affordable, and uninterrupted energy supply for the whole of Sarawak. Former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon aptly stated, energy is the golden thread that connects economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability, unquote. This guiding principle underscores our commitment to a resilient energy ecosystem that powers progress across every corner of Sarawak. As outlined in PCDS 2030 and the forthcoming Sarawak Energy Transition Policy, SETP, we have set a target for renewables to make up at least 60% to 70% by 2035. The development of new renewable energy sources through the Independent Power Producer IPP model is central to Sarawak's ambition of achieving 10 gigawatts of total installed capacity by 2030 and 15 gigawatts by 2035. We have already seen strong interest from private sector players in implementing large-scale solar and other renewable projects such as bioenergy and waste-to-energy initiative. To fully support this momentum, we must address the infrastructural challenges in our energy sector. This includes aggregating the feedstocks for bioenergy, as well as modernizing our transmission and distribution system to accommodate the increased penetration of variable renewable energy. Tan Sri Datuk Mas Speaker, in view of Sarawak's growing role in the global energy sector, I have directed Sarawak Energy Berhad SEB to undertake a review and restructure its organizational framework. This involves the separation of power generation and distribution, where power generation will involve investment from the private sector, and SEB will continue its function as the single buyer for electricity distribution in Sarawak. SEB must be empowered to evolve in support of Sarawak's energy ambition. This restructuring is key to ensuring SEB is fully able to drive Sarawak's vision of becoming both a battery of ASEAN and a renewable energy powerhouse. It will also support our broader goals of economic prosperity, environmental sustainability, and long-term energy security for Sarawak and the region. Dato' Tan Sri Dharma Speaker, for the information of this August House, Sarawak is developing 4 strategic energy hubs. 1, the renewable energy hub. 2, natural gas hub. 3, hydrogen hub. And 4, carbon capture, utilization and storage CCUS hub. Each of these hubs plays a complementary role, working together towards a common and critical objective, ensuring energy security for Sarawak today and for generations to come. Additionally, the Sarawak government will introduce a suite of comprehensive and forward-looking policies, including 1, Sarawak Hydrogen Economy Roadmap, 2, Sarawak Sustainability Blueprint, 3, Sarawak Energy Transition Policy, and 4, Sarawak Energy Efficiency Roadmap. These policies are projected to unlock investment opportunities worth between 350 billion ringgit to 430 billion ringgit. It is also estimated to create approximately 44,000 new high-value energy sector jobs for anak-anak Sarawak. These jobs will be generated by new industries which can boost opportunities for local small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, attract domestic and foreign direct investments, and strengthen our regional and global competitiveness. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, Sarawak's journey towards becoming a global leader in green energy is gaining strong international momentum. Earlier this year, we crossed a significant threshold with the successful sail away of our first methanol export to China and the launch of our green methanol project by Sarawak Petchem, sending clear signal that Sarawak is moving up the clean energy value chain. As part of our ongoing low carbon transition, we are also advancing infrastructure that support cleaner energy system, including the development of hydrogen-ready technologies, such as our combined cycle gas turbine CCGT facility. These initiatives aim to boost energy efficiency, strengthen power security, and open potential interconnection with neighboring regions such as Sabah and Brunei. Possibly now we are asked to look at southern Philippines. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, these efforts have not gone unnoticed The World Economic Forum, WEF, has recognized Sarawak's leadership in this transition. I have been invited to share our green energy ambition at the World Economic Forum annual meeting of the new champions in Tianjin, China, this 26th of June. At the same time, Bintulu has been nominated as Malaysia's first candidate for the WEF Transitioning Industrial Cluster, a reflection of WEF's confidence in our ability to balance industry growth with sustainability. Transitioning Industrial Cluster, or TIC, are geographic areas where co-located businesses and industries collaborate to transition from traditional practices to cleaner, low-carbon operation aligned with net zero goals. To date, 35 industrial clusters have signed on to the initiative, including Port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, Ohio Clean Hydrogen Hub Alliance in the US, and the Kawasaki Carbon Neutral Complex and in Japan. And we are going to be one of those, Sarawak. As we engage key players in Bintulu and Samalaju to formalize our TIC statement of ambition, we are not just preparing for recognition in Davos early next year, we are laying the foundation for Sarawak to stand among global leaders in shaping the low-carbon industrial future. Strengthening Sarawak's multi-modal transport network. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, my administration is committed to strengthen Sarawak's multi-modal transport network, ensuring seamless domestic and international connectivity of people and goods across air, land, river, and sea. A strong and resilient supply chain will enable Sarawak to truly emerge as the ASEAN hub for renewable energy and the new economy. During my visit to Toulouse, France, earlier this month, I had the opportunity to visit the ATR and Airbus headquarters as part of our preparation to establish Sarawak as an aerospace hub. Airbus expressed strong support for Sarawak's ambitions, and they proposed the Airbus Sarawak Kenyalang Strategic Partnership Avenues, covering 6 key areas. 1. Path towards sustainable aviation fuel production. 2. Human capital development. 3. Industrial ecosystem development. 4. Digital airline journey. 5. Airbus consulting project for Borneo. And 6. Airspace operation. We also discussed the development of an aerotropolis in Sarawak, which will include the new Kuching International Airport. The new airport will embody modern green architectural principles and be equipped with cutting-edge systems to ensure a seamless passenger journey from check-in to boarding. aim to accommodate over 15 million passengers annually. This facility will serve as an integrated aviation hub where all terminals and support buildings are seamlessly interconnected. The cohesive layout will enhance operational efficiency and foster stronger synergies across the entire aviation industry ecosystem. Going forward, we will establish a Sarawak Airbus Joint Task Force to formulate a roadmap for the development of Sarawak's aerospace industry involving expertise from both parties. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, to further enhance our infrastructure planning, I also visited Abu Dhabi, where I studied their integrated sea and air ports. Built on reclaimed land, Abu Dhabi's port is one of the busiest in the Middle East, exemplifying how innovation and technology can transform a port into a major logistic and trade hub. By learning from global models like Abu Dhabi, whose ports connect seamlessly with international locations across the Middle East, Europe, Africa, and Asia, we can better design Sarawak's global linkages and domestic connectivity. A memorandum of understanding between Abu Dhabi Ports Group and Bintulu Port Holding Berhad was signed during the visit to foster long-term cooperation in the development and enhancement of port infrastructure, maritime logistics, and port-related services in Bintulu Port and other areas of mutual interest. I wish to assure this August House that the development of our new international airport and deep sea port in Kuching will involve private sector investment and not only funded by the Sarawak government. There has been expression of interest by the private sector, local, multinational, and international cooperation to spearhead the projects. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, our road network remains the backbone of domestic connectivity to global trade networks. Our infrastructure priority includes the completion of key highways and bridges, as well as the upgrading of roads connecting our cities, industrial areas, and ports. We remain committed to executing our rural connectivity programs, which aim to connect the remaining underserved households with road access, ensuring that they too can access economic opportunities and social services. These initiatives are a testament to our dedication to expanding road connectivity to all corners of Sarawak, no matter how remote they are. Ensuring no one is left behind, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Kerajaan Sarawak kekal komited untuk memastikan pembangunan yang inklusif dan saksama. Prinsip kita jelas, tiada sesiapa pun wajar tertinggal dalam arus kemajuan. Usaha pembangunan yang dilaksanakan bukan semata-mata tertumpu kepada penyediaan infrastruktur fizikal, tetapi juga memperkukuh kesejahteraan rakyat dalam semua aspek sosioekonomi. Selaras dengan matlamat tersebut, kerajaan GPS telah melaksanakan inisiatif sumbangan Kepulauan Asal Sarawak SKAS yang saya umumkan dalam belanjawan pada penghujung tahun lalu. Awal tahun ini, kerajaan GPS telah berjaya melaksanakan SKAS yang telah memberi impak ketara kepada kehidupan seharian rakyat. Setakat ini, 464.5 juta ringgit telah disalurkan kepada 758.483 penerima melalui e-dompet SP Global milik Kerajaan Sarawak. Inisiatif ini bukan saja membantu meringankan kos sara hidup, malah merangsang perbelanjaan isi rumah dan menyokong pertumbuhan ekonomi komuniti, khususnya peniaga kecil dan pengusaha runcit. Lebih membanggakan, pelaksanaan SKAS turut mempercepatkan adaptasi teknologi digital dalam kalangan organisasi akar umi. Jawatan Kuasa Kampung, Persatuan Belia dan Biro Wanita kini giat menggunakan platform digital untuk mengurus aktiviti, menyebarkan maklumat serta mempromosikan produk tempatan secara dalam talian. Penggunaan SP Global yang dahulunya tertumpu di kawasan bandar kini turut meluas ke luar bandar, sekaligus meningkatkan kecekapan dan keterlihatan organisasi setempat serta menggalakkan penglibatan dalam ekonomi digital. Usaha ini secara tidak langsung menyumbang kepada pembentukan masyarakat yang celik digital. Masyarakat yang bukan sahaja berkeupayaan mengaplikasikan teknologi, malah bersedia menyesuaikan diri dengan landscape digital yang sentiasa berkembang. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, during the Sarawak government's working visit to the UK, we also had strategic discussion with the University of Cambridge as part of our program to prepare our Sarawakian talents. While we continue to build the foundation of the new economy, we must also ensure our people are equipped with the right type of education and talent, so that they are not just beneficiaries but active participants in the economic transformation taking place in Sarawak today. The Sarawak government not only focuses on physical development, but also strengthens human capital, social capital, and natural capital, in line with the principles of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Quality education is the key to Sarawak's bright future. The introduction of free tertiary education in 2026 will ensure no deserving students are denied education due to financial constraint. The Sarawak government is also offering Sarawakian adults below 40 years old who wish to resume full-time studies the opportunity for free education starting in 2026. This is not just a policy. It is a promise to our industries that Sarawak will have a talented, skilled, and future-ready workforce. And most importantly, a promise to ourselves that we will build a Sarawak where talent, not wealth, determines success. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, joint declaration and recognition of Petros as guest aggregator in Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim for his visionary leadership and commitment in resolving the issues between Petros and Petronas. The formalization of the joint declaration that was signed on 21st May 2025 is a testament to the federal government's recognition of Sarawak's aspiration as well as the close partnership between Sarawak and the federal government anchored firmly in the spirit of true federalism. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for the purpose of record in this August House, I wish to quote the joint declaration as follows verbatimly. Quote, joint declaration. In the interests of Federation of Malaysia, State of Sarawak, and the oil and gas industry in Malaysia, we hereby jointly declare the following. 1. Federal and state laws. All relevant federal and Sarawak state laws relating to distribution of gas within the state of Sarawak shall coexist and be respected by all parties undertaking such activities and in the state of Sarawak, including Petronas and Petros. 1.2. Petronas will continue its function, activities, responsibilities, and obligation entrusted to Petronas in Malaysia under the Petroleum Development Act 1974, PDA 1974, and its regulation. 1.3. Parties shall endeavor to continue to work together to detail out the framework for the benefit of the nation, taking into consideration the aspiration of the state of Sarawak. 2. Petros as guest aggregator. 2.1. The Sarawak state government has appointed Petros as the guest aggregator pursuant to Section 7A of the DGO 2016 with effect from 1st March 2025. 2.2. This appointment made pursuant to the executive authority of the state shall be respected by all parties undertaking the business of marketing, distribution, and supply of gas to consumers in the state of Sarawak. 2.3. For agreements and arrangements pertaining to the supply and sale of natural gas to consumers in the state of Sarawak, the role of Petros is in alignment with this declaration. 2.4. Any agreements and arrangement between Petronas and or its subsidiaries with third parties for the purpose of LNG sales from upstream operations through to LNG exports to foreign partners shall remain unaffected. 3. Cooperation framework. 3.1 Petronas and Petros shall enter into discussion for the purpose of expanding business cooperation for the state of Sarawak domestic gas needs in the following areas. A. Joint collaboration on projects for the implementation of the 1.2 billion scf per day in support of Sarawak gas roadmap. And B. Other green energy, hydrogen and power generation projects which may be implemented by both Petronas and Petros in line with the expression of the state of Sarawak to be the energy hub in the ASEAN region. 3.2 All discussion on collaboration must be subject to technical and commercial viability. 3.3 For the purpose of future projects in the state of Sarawak involving international partners, Petronas shall cooperate with Petros. 4. All paragraphs shall be taken, read together, and construed as an essential and integral part of this declaration. Signed, Prime Minister of Malaysia and Premier of Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, this joint declaration reaffirms that federal and state laws on distribution of gas shall be respected by all persons undertaking the distribution and supply of gas in Sarawak. Federal laws like the Gas Supply Act 1993 do not apply to Sarawak, and Sarawak is exempted from the requirements imposed by Section C, bracket 1 and bracket 3 of the Petroleum Development Act 1974 to obtain the permission of the Prime Minister to undertake distribution of gas business in Sarawak. We are exempted. The joint statement also acknowledges Sarawak executive authority over distribution of gas. The law that governs gas distribution in Sarawak is the Distribution of Gas Ordinance 2016. With the joint declaration, any perceived regulatory uncertainty has been removed. With Sarawak's legislative and executive authority over gas distribution confirmed, Sarawak will ensure regulatory clarity and stability to facilitate the growth of the gas industry. The Sarawak government will implement plans to increase gas production within its territory, sustainable utilization gas by industries, and for production of clean energy. These efforts will provide ample investment opportunities in the upstream, midstream, and downstream activities for both foreign and local investors. Such opportunities include the development of carbon capture and storage sites to realize the values of our huge potential gas reserve located in the waters of Western Sarawak, so as to secure sufficient gas for the Kuching low-carbon gas hub currently being planned. All these projects will increase the GDP for Sarawak by 120 billion ringgit and create 185,000 high-income jobs. Petros, as the gas aggregator and resource manager, will play a central role in upgrading expanding gas distribution infrastructure, ensuring adequate gas supply for industrial and household usage, and developing CCS sites to support these industrial needs at the Kuching low-carbon gas hub. Accelerating Sarawak development, Sarawak 13 Malaysia Plan 2026-2030. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, as we stand at the midpoint of PCDS 2030 and the final year of the 12th Malaysia Plan, we must now advance with speed, clarity and purpose. The 13th Malaysia Plan 2026-2030 serves as the crucial planning framework that reinforces our long-term vision. The plan is designed to ensure that our strategies and action remain consistent with Sarawak's aspiration. With unity of purpose and collective insight, we can turn this framework into tangible outcomes that uplift the well-being of every Sarawakian. In response to evolving economic, social and governance dynamic in Sarawak, we have set the priorities of the 13th MP, ensuring stronger policies, smoother implementation and long-term success. Under the 13th MP, Sarawak's development agenda will be further driven by 10 high-level strategies and a reinforced focus on 15 socio-economic sectors and enablers, which reflect our advancing priorities and development needs. Supporting the sectors and aligned with PCDS 2030 targets, the 10 high-level strategies are guiding principles to accelerate development, strengthen resilience, and advance a sustainable and prosperous future for Sarawak, namely by 1. Accelerating the clean energy transition by expanding renewable energy and modernizing infrastructure. 2. Develop and attract strategic industries through partnership, strengthen local supply chain and SME capacity building while driving tech adoption. 3. Increase investor confidence and attract greater private sector participation by strengthening governance and improving regulatory processes through the public-private partnership PPP framework. 4. Optimizing land use to drive growth through advancement in the new agriculture industry and urban development while ensuring environmental sustainability. 5. Building a high-quality living environment and inclusive society for all communities by fostering equal opportunities in economic advancement, access to education, and social well-being. 6. Attracting and retaining talent and fostering a skilled and agile workforce through targeted support and development program. 7. Enhancing safety, security, and disaster preparedness by strengthening disaster resilience, public safety, and emergency response capability. 8. Engaging in climate action, ESG integration, and advancing the circular economy through climate policy, carbon trading, and sustainability-focused investment. 9. Protecting and sustainably managing natural resources by ensuring responsible resource extraction, conservation efforts, and biodiversity protection. And 10. Creating a strong and resilient business community, including the Bumiputra, through capacity building and enhanced market access for greater economic participation. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, a strong plan alone is not enough. Sarawak's future depends on how well we execute it and how accountable we are in delivering results. To ensure the success of 13 MP, we will implement a comprehensive delivery framework incorporating integrated result-based management (IRBM), result-based budgeting, and value management for seamless coordination and performance monitoring. IRBM will be the foundation, ensuring all projects align with Sarawak 2030 goals through strategic planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation. Result-based budgeting will enhance resource efficiency, linking funding to measurable outcomes. Additionally, through value at entry, every proposed project will undergo a thorough assessment to ensure viability, readiness, and accurate cost estimation, reducing delays and improving execution. Together, through determined leadership, accountability, and execution, we will realize the vision of 13 MP, creating lasting progress and prosperity for all Sarawakians. Securing Sarawak future, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, today I'm pleased to highlight the significant progress of the Sarawak Sovereign Wealth Future Funds since its establishment last year. This year, the fund secured approval from relevant authorities to proceed with global investment. This marked a crucial step in portfolio diversification, opening the door to international opportunities that will help maximize long-term return for Sarawak and her people. At the same time, the process of selecting external fund managers is moving forward steadily. The first group, focusing on fixed income investment, is now in the final stage of appointment, with more asset classes to be managed in the coming phases. Our focus remains on capital preservation while laying the groundwork for sustainable long-term growth, ensuring the fund becomes a lasting resource for future generations of Sarawakians. Enhancing service delivery. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, critical to the enhancement of service delivery to the rakyat is the digital transformation of government services. As we work towards becoming a high-income and developed region, digitalization helps us deliver services quicker, cut bureaucratic red tape, and make data-driven decisions and ease business activities. Thus, I have set an ambitious target for the Sarawak Civil Service. By the year 2030, all 1,106 government services must be fully accessible online. This will lead to greater efficiency and higher productivity for service delivery. I wish to congratulate the Sarawak Civil Service for their success in digitalizing 55% of government services in 2024, ahead of 2025 target under PCDS 2030. Congratulations to them. This milestone is a testament to the dedication of our civil service and the growing momentum behind our digital transformation. Most importantly, it brings real benefits to the people, making government services more accessible, faster, and more transparent for all Sarawakians. This initiative are only the beginning. We will continue to enhance our services with urgency, responsibility and discipline, enhancing our services to benefit the rakyat and the business community. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, we require a civil service that is agile, competent and future ready to realize our PCDS 2030 aspiration. It is through the professionalism and discipline of our officers that our policies are translated into various projects and programs, effectively delivering meaningful outcomes for the rakyat. The Sarawak government remains committed to continuous upskilling effort to empower the Sarawak civil service with the right knowledge and capabilities. Over the years, we have consistently provided opportunities for our senior officers to learn global best practices and leadership skills from world-renowned institutions, namely Harvard University, Cambridge University, the London School of Economics and Political Science, Oxford University, and the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. We have also implemented programs in collaboration with leading industry bodies to ensure that our officers receive professional certification. For instance, this year, 19 accountants in the Sarawak Civil Service will begin their studies under the Malaysian Institute of Certified Public Accountant, MICPA, sponsored by the GPS government. Tan Sri Dato' Speaker, most recently, I led a delegation to LSE, where we engaged in a high-level accountable session. The discussion focused on long-term collaboration in areas such as executive education, joint research and policy leadership training, particularly in the fields of climate, energy and public policy. We are now working with LSE to integrate environmental economics, sustainable finance and ESG principles into our civil service development, enhancing our officers' technical expertise and the agility to adapt to the evolving landscape of innovation. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, in addition, we must also instill governance and integrity within the Sarawak government. We have implemented specialized training courses for civil servants and the anti-corruption workshop for state legislative members to ensure those in position of leadership uphold the highest standards of ethics and integrity. Today, we stand proud as the leading state in Malaysia with the highest number of certified integrity officers, a testament to our commitment to good governance, transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership. Ultimately, we want to build a strong society in Sarawak where trust, honesty, and accountability guide every action and decision, where integrity is not merely an obligation, but a deeply held value and way of life for all. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, as the government of the day, we are the stewards of the ambition and hope of the people of Sarawak. It is truly our greatest honor to not only chart the future of our beloved homeland, but also to serve the present needs of the rakyat, young and old, across all backgrounds in our vast and beautiful Sarawak. Our civil service must continue to strive to be relevant, always alert and agile, seek new knowledge, and explore innovative solutions while remaining united as one team, Sarawak Civil Service. I urge all members of the Sarawak Civil Service to carry out their duties with integrity, commitment, and the highest standard of service excellence. The journey ahead is challenging, but with a spirit of unity and professionalism, we will succeed together. Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, akhir kata, saya ingin merakamkan sokongan penuh terhadap usul penghargaan atas ucapan pembukaan oleh Tuan Yang Pertama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak, Tun Pen Sri Dr. Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar. Saya turut merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, ahli-ahli yang berhormat Setiausaha Kerajaan Sarawak, Setiausaha Persekutuan Sarawak, Puan Besar Negeri, Setiausaha Kewangan Negeri, Ketua-Ketua Jabatan, seluruh anggota Perkhidmatan Awam, serta semua pegawai dan Persidangan Dewan Undangan Negeri Sarawak yang telah mengendalikan persidangan DUN dengan teratur dan cemerlang. Saya juga mengambil kesempatan ini untuk mengucapkan selamat gawai kepada mereka yang merawaikan hari gawai. Pergi ke gedung memancing udang di Kampung Gumpe, udang dimasak. Selesai sudah kita bersidang membina Sarawak maju ke puncak. Hari gawai bakal menjelang, Raya Aidil Adha menyusul kemudian. Bersama raikan dengan riang, kekalkan harmoni, eratkan perpaduan. Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker, ikan bekut. Ikan bekut terkonang-konang. Terkonang-konang di dalam perigi. GPS teguh kekal berjuang untuk Sarawak Ibu Pertiwi. Sekian, terima kasih.
Ahli yang berhormat, I shall now call upon Honourable Member for Opar to wind up.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker. Salam sejahtera, salam Sarawakku sayang, salam Sarawak Maju. Once again, thank you Tan Sri Datuk Ahmad Speaker for the opportunity to present this motion regarding the opening address of Tuan Yang Terutama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak in this August House on Monday 15 May 2025. Saya beserta dengan seluruh ahli keluarga saya memanjatkan rasa syukur dan puji Tuhan kerana telah dipilih oleh rakyat khususnya di kawasan DUN N1 Opar untuk mewakili mereka dan mula memasuki Dewan yang mulia ini pada 14 Februari 2022 sebagai wakil rakyat. Daripada pengamatan saya sejak sebelum menjadi wakil rakyat melalui rujukan terhadap handset sebelum tahun 2022 sehinggalah hari ini, isu-isu semasa dan masalah rakyat dalam kawasan masing-masing merupakan topik utama yang dibawakan oleh ahli-ahli yang berhormat dalam perbahasan mereka. Kami ahli-ahli yang berhormat telah sedaya upaya untuk membawakan seterusnya membahaskan isu-isu yang melibatkan kawasan masing-masing dalam usaha untuk memperjuangkan hak dan kesejahteraan rakyat sama ada di peringkat kawasan Dewan Undangan Sarawak, peringkat Sarawak maupun di peringkat kebangsaan. Pelbagai cara penyampaian hujah yang telah dipersembahkan oleh ahli-ahli yang berhormat termasuklah menyelitkan unsur-unsur gurauan, berpantun, ada yang secara serius, ada pula secara tegas dan agak keras. Namun semuanya dilakukan demi untuk kemajuan dan kesejahteraan rakyat Sarawak. Tahniah kepada semua ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang sentiasa menjaga keharmonian dan tata susila dalam Dewan yang mulia ini. Kita faham dengan kekangan masa yang sangat mencemburui, Menteri tidaklah dapat menjawab semua soalan lisan yang telah kita kemukakan. Ini menggambarkan bahawa bilangan hari yang kita bersidang adalah tidak mencukupi dan perlu ditambah daripada 8 hari kepada 10 hari untuk membolehkan lebih banyak masalah-masalah dapat dijelaskan dan diselesaikan. Kami semua menyerahkan perkara ini untuk pertimbangan Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. Pihak pembangkang pula bertindak sebagai semak dan imbang untuk memastikan semua perkara dan inisiatif-inisiatif kerajaan dilaksanakan mengikut tata kelola dan prosedur semasa. Walau bagaimanapun, ada kalanya mereka berhujah agak nakal sehingga mengguris hati setengah pihak. Dewan yang mulia ini bukan pentas untuk bersandiwara, bukan tempat mencari populariti murah atau untuk membuat spekulasi semata-mata untuk menyembunyikan fakta betapa kurangnya sumbangan mereka ke arah pembangunan Sarawak, walaupun mereka adalah kerajaan di peringkat persekutuan. Mereka melihat selumbar di mata saudaranya, sedangkan balak di depan matanya tidak diketahui. Bagaikan paku dulang, paku serpih, mengata orang diri yang lebih. Walau apapun tomahan, hardikan dan andaian pemimpin-pemimpin gabungan Parti Sarawak ataupun GPS yang dipimpin oleh Amat Berhormat Premier Sarawak tidak pernah melatah, malah terus menjalankan tugas dan amanah untuk memajukan Sarawak yang kita cintai ini demi kesejahteraan rakyatnya. Perkara yang paling penting dan paling ketara yang harus kita ketahui hari ini yang telah dinikmati oleh semua pihak termasuk pihak pembangkang adalah Sarawak tidak muflis seperti yang dibayangkan oleh pembangkang sebelum ini. Malahan Sarawak hari ini jauh lebih maju berbanding negeri lain sehingga Sarawak diiktiraf oleh Bank Dunia sebagai sebuah wilayah berpendapatan tinggi di Malaysia. Sini you cari ya. Mun bukan YAB Premier Sarawak, Abang Jo kita. Sidak ya, apa dipulahnya? Hanya tengok saja. Ya kata Prof. Udah ya, mau ngambil kredit. Betul sih? Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, selain menyampaikan hujah-hujah perbahasan mengenai masalah-masalah dalam kawasan DUN masing-masing, ahli-ahli yang berhormat juga telah membahaskan rang undang-undang yang telah digubal untuk diluluskan di Dewan yang mulia ini. During the 8 days Sarawak Legislative Assembly session in this August House, 6 bills were approved, namely Sarawak Biodiversity Centre in bracket Amendment Bill 2025, number 2 Land Court Amendment Bill 2025, number 3 Land Court Authority Amendment Bill 2025, number 4 Infrastructure Development Trust Fund Dissolution Bill 2025, Supplementary Supply 2024 Bill 2025, and number 6 Supplementary Supply 2025 Bill 2025. Each of these laws has a significant impact on the administration, development, and progress of our state. They are not merely legislation on paper, but rather a solid foundation for Sarawak's direction in maintaining biodiversity, sustainability, strengthening local governance, and ensuring the state financial management remain sustainable. During the 8-day session, this esteemed House has unanimously approved the reappointment of the Honorable Senator Dato' Ahmad bin Dato' Sri Haji Ibrahim as a member of Senate. On behalf of all the members of this esteemed House, I would like to extend my congratulations to the Honorable Dato' Ahmad bin Dato' Sri Haji Ibrahim on his reappointment as a member of the Senate. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, we appreciate all the reply and response by the Minister on all matters that we are raised and by all members of this esteemed House. However, one of the key elements needed to address the issues raised is funding. We hope for substantial allocation from the federal government to address matters related to the preparation. For issues pertaining to the Sarawak government, we will utilize allocation from the state government. This will expedite development in Sarawak, both in urban and rural settings. Continuous development has been carried out by the government over time. We express our gratitude for the excellent governance led by Yang Amat Berhormat Premier, supported by all the Deputy Premiers, Minister, Deputy Minister, and all members of this esteemed House and the entire government sector, both from Sarawak government and federal government. Given that Sarawak is generating an annual surplus income, there should be increased funding allocated to development and minor rural project, MRP. We recognize that generating revenue for Sarawak and the nation is not a simple task. At the federal government level, many formulas and strategies have not succeeded. But we in Sarawak, we are fortunate that the Honorable Premier has wisely steered Sarawak to the level we enjoy today. Various initiatives have been implemented by the Premier to boost Sarawak economy. Therefore, we fully support all the effort and initiative undertaken by the Right Honorable Premier and the Sarawak Cabinet to navigate Sarawak through the modern challenges and global demands. Numerous historic achievements have been accomplished, including number one, in September 2024, the Sarawak government, through its wholly owned subsidiary SG Asserfin Holding Sdn Bhd, increased its shareholding in Affin Bank to 31.25%, becoming the bank's biggest shareholder. On February 12, 2025, the Sarawak government, through its wholly owned subsidiary Air Borneo Holding Sdn Bhd, signed a sale and a purchase agreement with Malaysian Aviation Group, MAG, to acquire Mesyuarat as a regional airline previously under MAG's ownership to form Air Borneo. Number three, control over natural gas distribution with the appointment of Petroleum Sarawak Berhad or Petros as the sole aggregator, as a sole gas aggregator, allowing Sarawak to manage its gas resources directly. Number four, advancement in renewable energy. Under YAB Premier leadership, Sarawak has suppressed its renewable target, where in 2024, 62% of the state energy mix come from renewable resources, exceeding the initial target of 60%. Number five, economic growth and diversification. Sarawak revenue has seen a substantial increase, growing from 5.6 billion in 2017 to 14.2 billion in 2024. This growth is attributed to strategic economic policy focusing on diversification, investment in high-value sectors, and sustainable development. The state has attracted significant investment in renewable energy, digital services, and infrastructure projects. Number six, hosting the SUKMA 2024, hosting the 2024 SUKMA game. Sarawak successfully hosted the 2024 SUKMA game and become the champion with events held across 9 divisions. The state allocated 119.35 million for the games, reflecting its commitment to promoting sport and youth development. The event showcased Sarawak's capability to host large-scale national event and contribute to the local economic activity. Sarawak's successful hosting SUKMA has paved the way for its selection as a co-host for the 2027 Southeast Asia Games or SEA Games. Number 7, Sumbangan Keperluan Asas Rakyat, SKAS. SKAS is a cash assistance initiative introduced in the Sarawak budget 2025 to support nearly 900,000 low-income residents of Sarawak in coping with the rising costs of living. Number 8, in education, the Sarawak government has announced a groundbreaking initiative to provide free tertiary education for Sarawakian in Sarawak on University, set to commence in 2026. This policy aims to enhance educational accessibility, develop a skilled workforce, and promote socio-economic equity within the state. Number 9, bantuan kewangan khas pelajar IPT Sarawak to the amount of 1,002 per year to all Sarawakian students study in higher learning institution in Malaysia. And number 10, on 21 May 2025, a joint declaration was signed between the Prime Minister of Malaysia and the Premier of Sarawak. This declaration established a framework for cooperation between Petroleum Nasional Berhad Petronas and Petroleum Sarawak Berhad Petros within the national oil and gas sector. This initiative collectively demonstrates Yang Amat Berhormat Premier dedication to advancing Sarawak's economic autonomy, economic resilience, and sustainable development. Lihatlah dengan mata yang terang dan dengarlah dengan telinga yang tidak peka, agar kita semua dapat menyukuri segala nikmat dan berkat yang Tuhan telah curahkan kepada kita. Pihak pembangkang tidak melihat dan tidak mendengar apa yang kita telah capai. The suggestion to expand the number of ministers as put forth by Pelagos and Stakan is a creative idea. This can be achieved by either establishing a new position or redistributing the current roles and portfolio held by the ministers. The rise in the number of ministers and deputy ministers align with the swift development currently taking place in Sarawak. This expansion will also guarantee that responsibilities can be executed efficiently and effectively. Penilaian semula jumlah ketua kaum dan ketua masyarakat KMKK di Sarawak serta cadangan kenaikan elah mereka haruslah dibuat kajian dan dipertimbangkan. Tanggungjawab KMKK hari ini semakin berat dan kompleks. Mereka adalah barisan hadapan kerajaan di peringkat komuniti dan sewajarnya mereka menerima imbuhan yang setimpal dengan habuan tugas. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, before I conclude, allow me to express my highest appreciation and gratitude to Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker and the Honorable Deputy Speaker for the excellent management of each section. Additionally, I would like to recognize the staff of the Sarawak Legislative Assembly for their orderly and for management of this esteemed chamber, ensuring that the proceeding are conducted with dignity and effectiveness. Terima kasih juga saya ucapkan kepada rakan-rakan ahli yang berhormat, pegawai-pegawai kementerian, ketua-ketua jabatan dan rakan-rakan media yang telah memainkan peranan penting dalam menjayakan sidang kali ini dan memastikan mesej yang kita bincangkan dalam Dewan yang mulia ini sampai kepada rakyat. Di kesempatan ini juga saya ingin mengucapkan dalam bahasa Selako, selamat Hari Gawe ke semua kaum Dayak menyambut Hari Gawe. Semoga sentiasa sihat, raya ramuh, beruntung bertuah, Bapa Ruap Bapa Jaji nyambut gawe tahun 2025. Selamat Hari Raya Aidil Adha kepada sahabat handai yang beragama Islam. Izinkan saya menyampaikan 4 rangkaian pantun sebelum saya mengundur diri. Pantun yang pertama. Burung helang gagah melayang terus membelah tinggi di awan. Sarawak gagah terus teguh berjuang, rakyat bersatu demi kemajuan. Mencuci kain tepi pergi, kain belacu berwarna coklat. Premier bijak menyusun strategi, inisiatif Sarawak membantu rakyat. Pantun selako. Ampus kauma mebet padi, nyamur bani katangah paya. Dapat berhenti, dapat jawaban baru percaya. Dan pantun terakhir. Daun pandan, bunga selasih, mari disimpan di atas capan. Saya ucapkan terima kasih memberi ruang membuat penutupan. With that, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker Sir, I beg to move the motion of appreciation on the royal address by Tuan Yang Terutama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak in this August House on 15 May 2025. Thank you.
Member Popular goes to second.
Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, saya menyokong.
Aliya Muhammad, the question is that the motion in the name of Aliya Muhammad for Opar, Yang Muhammad Encik Billy Anak Sujang, in appreciation of Tuan Yang Utama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri's address, be approved. As many opinions say yes, as many opinions say contrary opinions say no, the yes of it, the motion is approved.
Usul penangguhan Yang Berhormat Timbalan Menteri di Jabatan Premier Sarawak, Undang-Undang MA63 dan Hubungan Negeri Persekutuan dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N7 Semaria.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Pertamanya saya merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker kerana memberi saya peluang untuk membentangkan usul penangguhan bagi Mesyuarat Pertama Penggal Keempat ini yang telah bermula dari 19 hari bulan Mei 2025 hingga hari ini 28 Mei 2025. During the last 8 days, we saw and experienced the smooth running of proceedings of this August House. We saw the passing of 2 supplementary supply bills, 3 amendment bills, a dissolution bill, and we also saw the election of a senator to the Dewan Negara. Tahniah kepada Dato' Ahmad Dato' Sri Ibrahim yang telah dipilih. We also saw the debates on the Tuan Yang Terutama's address by Aduns, the morning soal jawab sessions, the ministerial winding up, and finally to the concluding speech by our Right Honourable Member for Gedong, Right Honourable Premier, all under the capable speakership of our Speaker and his Deputy. All this decorum exemplify the sanctity of our Dewan Undangan Negeri, which we must protect at all costs. We must ensure that our Dewan is functioning as it ought to be, as the highest law-making body in the state. It is therefore our duty and responsibility to ensure that all laws that are passed from this Dewan are respected and implementable and given full recognition by all and everyone in the country. No one can question or even have any iota of doubt over the legitimacy or legality of our laws. Let everyone be reminded of that. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in our TYT's address, our Tuan Yang Terutama outlined the many successes we have achieved locally in Sarawak, on the national front, and also internationally. At home in our beloved Sarawak, so much development initiative have been planned, announced and implemented in order to enhance the quality of living of the rakyat, in line with our post-COVID development strategy PCDS 2030, where we aim to be a high-income economy and advanced nation by the year 2030 right through 2050. We also aspire to be the energy battery for ASEAN in line with the global trend and environmental sustainability. This is Sarawak's aspiration, which will, inshallah, bring in more economic success and will improve the standard of living of the rakyat. But all this aspiration can only be carried out smoothly, fully and successfully if we have the talent and the right people for the job. And if all of us are committed, steadfast and willing to work hard, work smart and willing to stand up even when it's hard, even when it gets difficult. And all of us are committed to not just changing, but transforming the way we do things at all levels, embracing new ideas and approaches, even if they seem risky or untested. At the national front, GPS under the leadership of Yang Amat Berhormat Premier is a stabilizer that helps the country to remain stable and a voice of reasons in today's political landscape. Nationally, we are respected by both friends and foe. Our economic performance and the revenue generated by our leadership has been the biggest ever in our history and is the envy of every other state in Malaysia. And I must say, we have never been so proud calling ourselves Sarawakians. And on the international stage, Sarawak's name is shining bright like a diamond. We have international investors showing interest in Sarawak and see Sarawak as the next investment hub. Our Yang Amat Berhormat Premier has been invited to many countries, giving keynote addresses on new and clean net zero carbon economy and hydrogen economy and many more, thus putting Sarawak on the world stage, in other words, putting Sarawak in the eyes of the world. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, my speech wouldn't be complete if I don't touch on a matter that is close to everyone's heart here. That is the Malaysia Agreement MA 63. This is the agreement that gave birth to Malaysia. In pursuance of our rights under MA 63, for whatever that we have succeeded in achieving, we say thank you to the federal government. And for all matters that are still outstanding, we shall continue to pursue and fight for our right. We will be unapologetic in our approach, yet diplomatic, and will always put Sarawak first. I would like to state and reiterate that what we do in pursuit of our rights are carried out well within the parameters and the bounds of all existing laws. We never acted ultra vires. That means we never go beyond our legal and constitutional authority. We acted within the parameters and bounds of all rules and regulations, within the bounds of the Federal Constitution, the MA 63, the IGC report, the state constitution, and state laws. Let it be known to the world that our government, we are a prudent, capable, and stable government. We are not flimsy, bukan rapuh. We will never be jittery. We are not easily rattled and never erratic. And we will put Sarawak first and at the same time upholding the country Malaysia. Sebelum saya mengakhiri ucapan saya ini, saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi terima kasih dan tahniah kepada Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Timbalan Speaker dan semua kaki tangan Dewan Undangan Negeri yang telah memastikan kelancaran perjalanan persidangan Dewan yang mulia ini. Saya juga ingin merakamkan syabas dan tahniah kepada semua ahli-ahli yang berhormat, rakan seperjuangan saya di atas perbahasan yang hebat dalam menyuarakan hasrat dan aspirasi rakyat yang kita wakili. Juga tahniah dan terima kasih kepada Setiausaha Kerajaan Sarawak dan juga kepada Setiausaha Kerajaan Persekutuan dan semua penjawat-penjawat awam yang bersama-sama memastikan perjalanan baik sesi persidangan kali ini. Saya juga ingin mengambil kesempatan ini mengucapkan selamat Hari Raya Aidiladha kepada semua muslimin dan selamat Hari Gawai kepada semua yang meraihkan Gawai Dayak. Gayu Guru Gerai Nyamai, lantang senang, nguan menua. Daun selasih di atas kayu, terima kasih, thank you. Dengan demikian saya mengusulkan semua mesyuarat ini ditangguhkan.
Oleh yang berhormat, dengan ucapan usul penangguhan itu tadi, maka kita telah sampai ke penghujung mesyuarat pertama Penggal Keempat Dewan Undangan Negeri ke-19. Alhamdulillah, persidangan yang berlangsung selama 8 hari ini telah berjalan dengan lancar dan teratur atas kerjasama dan keperhatian semua ahli yang berhormat dalam menjaga ketinggian dan kemuliaan Dewan yang mulia ini. Saya berdoa agar semua ahli-ahli yang berhormat kembali ke kawasan masing-masing dengan selamatnya dan terus berkhidmat kepada rakyat. Begitu juga kepada semua yang hadir. Selamat pulang ke destinasi yang dituju. Bagi pihak Dewan yang mulia ini, saya ingin juga mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Setiausaha Kerajaan Sarawak, Yang Arif Peguam Besar Sarawak, Yang Berbahagia Setiausaha Kewangan Sarawak, Yang Berbahagia Setiausaha Persekutuan, Yang Berbahagia Timbalan Setiausaha Kerajaan Sarawak, semua Setiausaha Tetap Kementerian, semua Ketua Jabatan dan Agensi Kerajaan, para pegawai, para petugas khasnya, para petugas khas, para media dan semua pihak yang telah bertungkus lumus dalam menjayakan persidangan ini. Bagi pihak Dewan yang mulia ini juga, saya ingin mengucapkan selamat Hari Gawai kepada semua yang meraihkannya. Gayu Guru, Gerai Nyamai, lantang senang, celap lindap, nguan menua. Selamat Aidiladha dan Ma'al Hijrah 1447 juga diucapkan kepada semua di dalam Dewan ini dan di luar Dewan. Saya akan akhiri sidang Dewan pada kali ini dengan 5 rangkap pantun. Pembukaan mesyuarat aman dan sampai, ucapan TYT tepat dan padat. YB berdebat, sepakat dicapai. Sarawak permai, rakyat bermuafakat. Adun berkhidmat penuh ikhlas, kawasan dijaga setiap hari, usaha premier tulus dan ikhlas. Itulah sifat pemimpin bestari. Pergi memancing ikan ampurau, hidangan khas majlis gemilang, penat lelah tidak dihirau, premier majukan bumi kenyalang. Mesyuarat pertama melebuh tirai, pertanyaan diusul, jawapan diberi, maklumat sidang telah dimeterai, selamat soalan di utara diulas menteri. Hidup harmoni, saling menghormati, amalan mulia dari azali. Ulang WB teruskan berbakti, sedang bajet bersua kembali. Oleh yang berhormat, the House is now adjourned. Sini dai.